Sword of Coming Chapter 1249. Chapter 1249 20 People and Candidates. 7. Heaven and earth are like an eternal couple. If you hang it upside down and look at it, the stars are shining brightly and thousands of lights are on. The earth, mountains and rivers are like caissons. The light of the sword flashed, and Chen Pingon reached out to catch the flying sword. After reading the content, he smiled and said, "It is better to come early than to come by chance." Xie Zishi knew his mountain master well. "Did you pick up the money?" Chen Pingon handed the envelope to Xiago, nodded and smiled. "That's right, good things come in pairs." It turns out that there was finally some good news over the temporarily established ancestral hall in Yunyan country. After all the hard work of excavating Dadu, various forces moved mountains and diverted water along the way. A certain small vassal country of the Yu dynasty was here. A few days later, the ruins of a terrestrial dragon palace that violated etiquette were accidentally unearthed. The majestic atmosphere is almost comparable to the 3,000-year-old Sihai dragon palace. The tens of thousands of years of coral contained in it are rare in the world. This thing is priceless. It is a natural treasure pavilion that can hang various spiritual treasures. It can also be refined into a sword stand, which has many incredible uses. Since it is not of ordinary value, the final ownership of this terrestrial dragon palace is worth pondering. Xiago read the letter written by Mrs. Zhong and laughed loudly. Without those troublemakers like Qingyang, Tongyi's fortune will suddenly improve. She then asked a key question. In the covenant signed with Yu Guizhong and the others, was there a plan to deal with this situation clearly in advance? Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Of course there must be. There must be a general framework that everyone agrees with in advance. Otherwise, money and silk will touch people's hearts. If we talk about feelings when we should talk about money, wouldn't it hurt our feelings?" Including Dongtian Paradise, various ancient dojos, the country where the Immortal Mansion ruins are located can take 20% of the income, which is equivalent to their ancestral property. If it is located within the boundaries of a certain Immortal Mansion sect with clear title deeds, it can also share 20%. In fact, at the beginning, our sect Master Chui felt that it was enough to show loyalty by deducting 2 achievements, and let the local country and the mountain sect discuss the division of the accounts. Neither the Yao family of Daquan nor the Yi family of Pushun agreed. The Yugui sect wanted to compete. CR Qingping Sword sect capital no objection, forget it. As for the rest, according to the money-spending efforts of Qingping Sword sect, Yugui sect, Daquan Yao sect and other forces, according to their respective proportions, they will get matching dividends. Of course, a certain country Immortal Mansion can resell and buy their respective 20% of the dividends on the spot, find a new owner, and exchange them for cash. Xiago grinned. When it comes to money, our mountain master is in particularly good spirits. Xiago rubbed his hands and asked, "The Dragon Palace has many restrictions. If we open the door, can we get more?" Chen Pingon smiled knowingly, saying that his second minister was very concerned about making money. Since the landscape restrictions of the Dragon Palace have always been the most difficult to crack among the various ruins and secret realms, the Yu dynasty did not dare to act rashly and open the door casually, fearing that an accident would cause the ground to shake and a series of other consequences become a disaster. So there is no way to give an accurate estimate yet. The secluded Taoists in the world have opened up Taoist temples, but they have to admit that there is no hope of Taoism in this life, because they do not want to cut off the Taoist lineage, or they hope that the virtuous and predestined people in the future will get it and help pass on the Dharma lineage. Or maybe you have a little bit of luck, thinking that after you are reincarnated, you can one day revisit your old place, renew your relationship, and climb mountains to practice Taoism again. As long as you succeed, your present body can save a lot of trouble on the road of cultivation. Therefore, this kind of ownerless dojo often leaves 1 or 2 clues, so that it is not a dead end. On the other hand, the big and small dragon palaces are recognized as treasure hiding places, and their burial meaning is even more important. There are many tragedies in history where abandoned dragon palaces were opened without permission, causing the landscape to shake and causing disaster to one party. As for the dragon palace whereby Deng was hiding, if Qin Pingan hadn't happened to be nearby, and Lu Chen was responsible for clearing the way, the country would have been as powerful as the Great Li dynasty, and they wouldn't have dared to take it lightly. Chen Pingan said, "It's probably not our turn to take action. Feng Shuetao and Nan Taoist are both in the capital now. One is a registered worshipper of the Jade Guizong, and the other likes to show off. These two ascended realms have become the best candidates to open the many doors of the Dragon Palace. In fact, a certain ascended realm is more suitable. It's just that Yang Ji, who used the pseudonym Jing Xing and served as a priest of the Yao family, has left the capital. Apparently, Xiago's appearance at the border of Yunyan Kingdom earlier alerted the big monster and chose to avoid it. This account is easy to calculate. With Xiao Mo and Bai Jing, even if Yang Ji has Zhu Yan to help him, he will definitely have to run away, and he will even have to worry about whether he can run or not. At this moment, in the direction of Nan Pazhuo continent, there was a majestic Dao Qi rising straight into the sky. The glow was endless, and a purple-gold vortex appeared in the sky, with a little golden light rising slowly. There is the auspicious atmosphere of ethereal music, jade chimes ringing, goddesses scattering flowers, and immortal officials sending blessings. Another person has attained enlightenment and ascended to heaven. Thousands of disciples in the dojo where this man was located looked up at the magnificent painting, their eyes blurred and intoxicated. When the enlightened man returned to the mountain dojo, they finally came to their senses and shouted in unison to congratulate their ancestor on his ascension. Chen Pingan could only rely on his qi-gazing technique to get a general idea of the weather. Xiago didn't know what secret technique was used, but he watched it with great interest. All kinds of strange things come one after another. Auspicious miracles, spiritual treasures and opportunities arise at the historic moment, and they spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Xia Shi, the heavenly lord of Luzhou in Beiju, flew up on the Wan. As Lu Chen's personal disciple, Chao Rong soared in the sea during the day. Fu Qi from Old Dragon City had just come out of seclusion and became an immortal. In Tonggizhou, there is also Huang Ting, a woman who has not long returned to Haoran. She has no bottleneck in cultivating Taoism, but she breaks through inexplicably and becomes a Taoist master. Xiago murmured for no reason, unrequited love is like toothache. Chen Pingan asked, did the old cook say it again? Xiago complained, don't always be an old cook. Show some respect to Mr. Lao Zhu. Chen Pingan smiled and said, you don't have to beat around the bush or make insinuations. Of course I am happy to see you and Xiao Mo become Taoist partners. I will definitely help anyone who can. Xiago smiled brightly, very flatteringly, and raised his arms to make a fist-clenching gesture. Mr. Zhu said that when it comes to love between men and women, the mountain master is a hidden master. Hold it in your hand, pinch it. Chen Pingan laughed and said, Senior Xianchao believes this, do you believe it too? Back then on Osmanthus Island, when Chen Pingan was still a teenager, he rarely boasted to others without drafting. At that time, Gu Qingsong was stunned. Xiago asked, the mountain master seems to be afraid of the master of Bixiao Cave. Chen Pingan said, of course I'm in awe. Besides, as the mountain master, I have to think more about Wei Xian and the others. I'm very reserved in what I say and do. Xiago said, are you worried that they are puppets? Then just say it directly. With Xiao Mo here, fellow Taoist Bixiao will sell you face no matter what. Is it because the mountain master thinks that asking for help is too embarrassing? Chen Pingan said, if it were feasible, I would have said it a long time ago. Face is worth a lot of money. But the problem is that old viewers may not be willing to accept this. I am afraid that it will backfire on me if I am suspected of being good and getting a bargain. Xiago nodded and said, "That's right, fellow Taoist Bixio's temper is indeed a bit strange. Not accepting disciples, not teaching the Dharma, being alone with few close friends. Another example is when the wild world is attacking Howren, the smoke is everywhere, and it will not go away. When the world in Howren is peaceful, he will go to Qingming, where chaos has arisen. Picture what? Do you dislike being too powerful? Are you kidding me by deliberately wasting your own moral integrity? In fact, there is another very important reason. The master of Bishao Cave seems to have a special impression of his own mountain master." Xiago suggested, "Mountain master, I'm bored anyway, why don't we go to the next mountain to have some wine?" Chen Pingon said, "There's nothing to talk about with them, it's just boring." It's just that Xiago has removed the cover-up, so Chen Pingon just let her go without deliberately adding a formation to cover up his whereabouts. The eyes of everyone over there were full of alertness. In the wilderness, two people suddenly appeared next to them, making everyone nervous. Xiago threw out a piece of colorful silk satin that was more than 10 feet long from his sleeve, and swept it towards the adjacent hilltop, like a rainbow across the sky, constantly stretching. The girl in the mink hat walked on the bridge, with a bright smile, cupping her fists and shouting, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic, my senior brother and I are both upright and righteous people." She has already prepared a draft. She is the proud daughter of an unknown small sect. She and her senior brothers are looking for fellow disciples and slaying demons along the way. Along the way, they have gained a lot. Who doesn't know how to make up stories? Alas, where is the mountain master? Everyone saw the strange girl who didn't know where to stand. She suddenly stomped her feet and turned around and ran away halfway. She put away the good-looking colorful satin spirit treasure and said in a hurry, "Senior brother, wait for me." She has a kind of natural intuition, which is similar to the Buddhist clairvoyance. She can see the true body and appearance of the great monks and many other visions without any obstacles. There was a vague green figure on the other side of the mountain. Even if she just glanced at it, her heart was already unstable. But the other person's figure disappeared in a flash, and she didn't have time to take a closer look. But in her eyes, the girl who built the bridge with colorful satin was like a 16-armed female god, with a terrifying and wild aura that made her breathless. Before the girl in the mink hat turned and left, she clearly glanced at herself, nodded, and seemed to be smiling. After catching up with the mountain master who was already more than 100 miles away, Xiago said, "He is just a makeshift Taoist, but it's a pity that he didn't have the chance to enter the famous sect with the prefix zone." Xiago's so-called qualifications, if nothing else, he must have started as an earth immortal. I heard them talking about things on the mountain earlier. The immortal elders and respected seniors they respected as gods were the two golden elixirs. The few young talents who they thought were unattainable, the so-called giants in Taoism, were just a view of the ocean. Xiago actually has several forms. The current appearance of a girl in a mink hat is one of a kind of self-conquer. The other one is the way she faced the ghost fairy Jing Dan at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In ancient times, Bai Jingduo appeared in this body and walked the earth. The third form that the female cultivator looked at tonight was more like the appearance of Xiago. The fourth type is, of course, Xiago's true form of the demon clan. In addition, there is a kind of perfect state that Xia Dog will only show when fighting for his life with people. Xiao Mo, who likes to fight swordsmen with strong men, had no choice but to run to Luobaiden to avoid her when facing Bai Jing. The old blind man has such a high vision, and his evaluation of Bai Jing is not low. Chen Pingon asked, "That female cultivator sitting on the ivory mat?" Xiago shook his head and said, the one with freckles on his face is the green leaf for the former. Chen Pingan recalled his previous encounter by the river, and remembered the favoritism of the green-sleeved and yellow-crowned female fairy. He made a joke and laughed at himself. I like to judge people by their appearance. Xiago asked, should I go back and say hello to Sect Master Cui and ask him to pay attention? Chen Pingan nodded and said, okay. On the mountain, you don't have to change your genealogy before you can go to another ashram to practice Taoism. Just like the female genealogy cultivators on Juchai Island on the back of the fish, you can go to the Lotus Root Blessed Land to practice. They also help in dragon boat turning ink and Nujiadu Bayofuzi, which is similar to officialdom. Secondment, or walking, in a certain official position in a certain yamen. Generally speaking, Qi practitioners with such experience and qualifications are often direct disciples who have been carefully cultivated by the ancestral hall of the small sect. The Daxine mansion is also willing to treat them with great courtesy and is happy to use them as wedding clothes. The latter will be both emotional and reasonable in the future. On the road of construction, the former is regarded as half of her natal family. Yu Xian took the initiative to send Taoish Ding and others to Luopa Mountain, which is a good example. Of course, there is also Grandmaster Wen of Lingfei Palace who came in angrily and left happily. Now Wen Qingqing no longer regards himself as an outsider. Wen Qingxin didn't know what he was thinking. Luopa Mountain didn't pay him a salary. Instead, he was killed by Jing Dafeng again and again, and he was already in debt. Wen Qingxin actually repaid evil with kindness. He spent a lot of thought and carefully compiled a boxing manual to deceive the children who were practicing martial arts. He said that it was a secret book for getting started in martial arts. It was the basis of the basics. If you can't learn it, it means that none of you are good at practicing martial arts. He also suggested to Jing Dafeng that two groups of children from Yingyafeng and Huayingfeng should fight each other and have group fights twice a month. Anyway, with him watching, they would only get some flesh injuries at most, but they would not hurt the roots. Tao Yushin, how many boxings have been learned, how many magical techniques have been understood, and how many kilograms are there? You have to take them out for a walk. Jing Dafeng, as the master of Yingyu Peak, accepted them one by one, and Xiago, as the head coach of Huaying Peak, had no objection to this, but she secretly used Gon Bingjun to help the 8 learn something. For children who are good at or are not good at anything, they can start a small business and teach them some quick movement and magic skills. The result was that the Taoist geniuses at Huaying Peak lost miserably against the martial arts geniuses who were ruthless and good at cooperating. Feeling very embarrassed, Coach Xie ran out to relax. Gon Tang, who originally regarded going to Tiaoyu Mountain to work part-time as a chore, directly built a thatched hut on Huaying Peak instead of returning to the sword worship platform. Jing Dafeng cooked the food himself, set up 3 tables for a celebration banquet, and asked them if they felt comfortable beating up the Qigong practitioners. Wen carefully reminded them not to be arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat, deliberately emphasizing the word, not discouraged in defeat, in a very strong way. It made the children laugh. Jing Dafeng and Brother Wen exchanged cups, saying that half of the credit for the victory should go to Brother Wen. It turned out that for this seemingly joking confrontation, Wen Qing was very attentive. He helped draw accurate maps in advance, set up ambush locations, how to lure the enemy deep, and when, where to outflank, all using the art of war. It seems that Grandmaster Wen is very happy staying in Luopa Mountain. In fact, at the celebration banquet, Jing Dafeng also pointed out some flaws and felt that their acting skills were a bit lacking. He said that we must know what we, the mountain masters, were like when we were your age. The 2 tables filled with young girls and boys sat under the eaves, and there was silence for a moment. Everyone pricked up their ears and lowered their heads to eat. The key is that there was a white-haired boy squatting at the door, writing furiously. On a certain day of a certain year, Xing Dafeng, the military commander of Tiaoyu Mountain, publicly praised the owner of the mountain. The original text is as follows. Xing Dafeng smiled awkwardly, pretending to be calm, and waved his hand, drink, drink, eat meat. With a forced smile on his face, Xing Dafeng called Miss Hong Ho, hoping to win over her. The white-haired boy stood up, put away his pen and paper, sighed, and cursed, disgusting. Walk away with the evidence. We entered the Yunyan kingdom with Xiago, walking neither fast nor slow, enjoying beautiful scenery along the way, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, lush willows and luxuriant flowers. Passing by an abandoned lotus pond that has no owner for the time being, the breeze is cool and the lotus leaves are spread out. It reminds me that in the old days, they once covered the waist of a beautiful woman. I believe that the boys and girls in Tonggishao will become more and more beautiful. Some people walk carefully in the world and work hard to please the world. We are all afraid of hurting people in the world. In a fly restaurant in Yolindu, a young man in white with a red mole on his eyebrows and a young woman with a bun were eating supper at the same table. They ordered a grilled fish and 2 kilograms of bulk soil. Make barley wine. The young man had no proper posture, squatting on the bench, holding a wine glass, talking and talking non-stop. But the woman was quite dignified, chewed slowly, and was taciturn, just listening to the chatter of the young man who couldn't hold his mouth shut even with barley wine and delicious food. And the young man talked about Xiantian with a louder tone, just like talking at the table in a market restaurant about a multi-million-dollar business. Lu Kaishan of Azu and Mr. Fan, the ancestor of the merchants, in fact, there is no superiority or inferiority in the paths taken by both parties. One path is to disperse money, and the other is to gather money, both are within the scope of human harmony. It is rumored that the casting and expenditure of every snowflake are imprinted with Lu Kaishan's thoughts. Of course it is just a rumor. If this is the truth, it is too scary. How Lu Kaishan joins the Tao, when and where he joins the Tao, the Confucian temple has no control over it. Mr. Fan just missed the mark and there is nothing he can do. The rules of etiquette and sage are very important. After all the schools of thought are under his control. Mr. Fan spent a lot of money on Aquarius Island before, which was a subtle temptation by the merchants. To be precise, it was a means of inspection by the merchants. Of course, we don't have to doubt Mr. Fan's original intentions and intentions. He has great ambitions, and his own attitude towards money is even more detached. But he couldn't resist the bad things of Li Sheng. Mr. Fan and the merchants scattered countless money and moved almost half of the family property out. He obviously had great achievements. Yu Haoran waited until the end of the war, received rewards according to his merits, and then started a barbaric war. He put all his money on Mr. Fan's union, so that a rising tide would lift all boats, and one person would gain the right to ascend to heaven, but the result was a fight. There is no movement at all. The Confucian temple has only elevated the status of the merchants, so the entire merchants are confused. It is obvious that this road will not work. Over there in the wild battlefield, do the merchants' children continue to spend money? This is not possible. It's a very worrying question. Mr. Fan didn't say anything. The group of businessmen in charge were all wondering if it wasn't enough to give out half of their wealth, so why not take a big gamble? Spend all their wealth. This is finally sincere. Is that right? Among hundreds of merchants, which one can be more kind than our merchant? Having said this, Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, "Senior sister, guess what?" Pei Qian shook his head and said, "I can't guess." Cui Dongshan said slowly, "Since the merchant became one of the hundreds of schools of thought, he has never been poor. Now he has become a pauper with a strong shoulder to bear moral responsibility and a breeze in his sleeves. Who will believe this kind of thing?" But etiquette, if Xing doesn't nod his head, Mr. Fan won't be able to cross that threshold. The merchants who have spent all their money almost have an internal quarrel over this, and there are many complaints. A big gamble, let alone a big profit from the gamble, will last for a while. They couldn't even get their capital back, and no one would be aggrieved, so the merchants showed signs of splitting into several mountains. Some were jealous of gambling, some refused to believe in the Confucian temple, and some thought of quickly changing ways to stop losses. We are in business with the Confucian temple, and there are also those who want to take the opportunity to set up their own business, such as several legal traditions including the Ji Ran family. Pei Qian asked, "What is Mr. Fan's attitude?" Cui Dongshan thought to himself and said, "As long as you are seeking profit, as long as you are not pure in the slightest, you are doomed to fail. But if you don't make a profit, you can't afford it. There is no businessman in the world who doesn't make money, right, senior sister?" Pei Qian said absently, "That's right." Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "Not long ago, Lu Yuzhou was so obsessed that he went to hang out with Gu Kan, otherwise he would definitely hang out with senior sister." Pei Qian was puzzled, "He really likes me. Are you just making fun of me?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Isn't it normal to like the good senior sister?" Pei Qian shook his head and said seriously, "It's not normal." Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "Sister, you can't always think that you are a little black coal, right?" Pei Qian rolled his eyes. Cui Dongshan changed his reason, "No matter how ugly a woman is, there are still people who like her." Pei Qian nodded and said, "This reason is more reliable." Cui Dongshan quickly added, "What sword master me said, I'm just borrowing it." After eating half of the grilled fish, the senior sister and junior senior brother turned the grass carp over with their chopsticks. Cui Dongshan picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Pei Qian took a sip of barley and began to wander thousands of miles again. Cui Dongshan said, "That dragon palace on land cannot be accurately valued without making a list before opening it. Generally speaking, as long as we don't fight for the ownership of the immortal palace ruins in the south, the Jade Gui sect will not touch the dragon palace. This is called courtesy. In short, we have a chance to wrap up the entire dragon palace. Sell it again and keep it for a long time." Pei Qian heard what he heard going in and out of his ears. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant and asked straight to the point, "Mr. Cui, are you selling this wine glass?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said nothing. As long as this guy asked, the price would definitely not be an issue. But Cui Dongshan seemed to be deliberately arrogant and said, "Even if I am willing to sell it, Mr. Fan may not be able to afford it." Mr. Fan smiled and said, "Then a gentleman should not take away what others like." Cui Dongshan became anxious all of a sudden. He moved his buttocks to make room for Mr. Fan and invited him to sit down. Mr. Fan was not polite and asked the waiter for a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Pei Qian put down his chopsticks and took the initiative to say hello to the business founder across the table. Mr. Fan smiled and nodded in greeting. Famous teachers produce great disciples. Master Chen Shanzhu can be called the two masters of boxing training and teaching. Cui Dongshan marveled, "Businessman, this is a businessman. When you go out, you have to talk about your eyesight." Pei Qian, who was still Shanghaitan, traveled along the Sword Qi Great Wall with Big White Goose. On the top of the city, she didn't dare to look at the boss sword immortal. If you watch too much, your eyes will hurt. The last time, it was at the Lotus Root blessed land in my hometown. Pei Qian was at the mouth of the well and looked up at the majestic old Taoist priest. It was only later that she found out that this old temple owner was the real god of Lotus Flower blessed land. With the Jiuquan cup, people who like to drink no longer need to make or buy wine. How is this different from a poor bachelor who cannot afford a wife but can meet the goddess in his dreams every night? Mr. Fan picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and asked with a smile, "You really don't want to sell it?" Chui Dongshan sighed, "You come and let me haggle over the price." "Of course it's okay. I really won't sell it." Chui Dongshan secretly visited Sun Juyuan's private house back then, and the two parties had a heart-to-heart talk. Sun Juyuan, who owned a Jiuquan cup, was elegant and elegant. He had never been to that famous wine shop, so naturally he didn't write, nothing happened. It is unknown whether Sun Juyuan ever bought the seals of Bai Jiangxian and Jian Jiangxian. He got along very well with Chui Dongshan, a foreigner. "I am Dongshan. I am still Shiha. The only heroic guy who dares to talk back to his face. As long as you have been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there will always be some impressive people or things." Sun Juyuan, who had no good impression of Haoran Tianxia, once had a, but that was not what Chui Dongshan expected. "But I want to cross the city. Do I agree?" Mr. Fan suddenly asked, "I have never been able to find the path to harmony. Does Mr. Chui have any good suggestions?" Chui Dongshan had a strange look on his face. "If you are in the Ascension realm, let me ask you in the Immortal realm, how do you merge with the Tao?" Mr. Fan frowned and said, "Did you really forget, or were you just pretending to be stupid?" Chui Dongshan said with confusion on his face, "How? No wonder he calls himself Mr. Chui instead of sect leader Chui. It turns out that the old owed the other party a lot of debt, and now the creditor comes to visit. Easy to deal with, default." Mr. Fan said, "In the early years in Dali capital, Mr. Chui said that the Sage of Rights will never allow merchants to have too high a status. They will always be lower than the yin and yang family of the right time, the farmers of the right place, and the poems and chapters of human harmony. One end, in short, is that as long as I am still the founder of the merchants, I will not be able to reach the 14th realm. No matter what method I use, the Lixing will not give way. But Chui Chan said that he has a way, can show me a path to harmony." Chui Dongshan blinked. "He really said that?" "Exactly, word for word." Mr. Fan felt helpless. "Sect Master Chui, do you think I would joke about this kind of thing? It is natural for businesses to make money. Generally speaking, if Mr. Fan wants to be in harmony, he just wants to make money and become the richest person in the world. It turns out that this path doesn't work. Then do the opposite and scatter money as if it were a scattered path. Not only does making money come first, but spending money comes first. Between the gathering and dispersing of money, the world is filled with countless invisible roads to wealth, large and small, but the result is still unsuccessful. In fact, Mr. Fan had expected this." Chui Dongshan rubbed his chin, thought about it, and said cautiously, "To be honest, that old suffered losses at the wine table when he was young, so he hates businessmen the most. Mr. Fan, you know it, yes, he is the most petty and narrow-minded, and he can hold grudges for a long time, so maybe, probably, maybe he deliberately tricked you." Pei Qian glanced at Mr. Fan, who was sullen, and could tell that he wanted to curse. Since there was nothing to talk about, Mr. Fan said goodbye without wasting any time. Chui Dongshan asked, "Mr. Fan, what are you doing?" Mr. Fan endured it again and again, and finally restrained himself from yelling, and said angrily, "Go out and make money. You embroidered tiger, do you really think you are robbing the rich and giving to the poor?" Chui Dongshan muttered, "Let's settle the account first." Mr. Fan took a deep breath, turned to wave to the young man in white, and said with a smile, "Come here." Probably what the business founder was thinking at this moment was just like what Chui Dongshan himself said, "The young man is so handsome, but it is a pity that he is not mute." Chui Dongshan said, "I won't go there, just throw the money over." Pei Qian reminded, "It's almost done." Chui Dongshan shook his head. His little senior brother was famous for his boldness, and he was known to not scare anyone. Pei Qian said, "Master seems to be on the way here." Cui Dongshan stood up as if his was on fire and ran quickly to the door. "Take a walk with Mr. Fan." Mr. Fan was walking in the alley, but he didn't shrink down to the mountains and rivers. He was out of sight and out of mind. Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and said with a playful smile, "What is good for the top will be bad for the bottom. Those who make the most money may be able to make money, but those who make the most money can't." Now, in future generations, how the disciples and grandsons of merchants make money will all focus on the ancestors like you on the hanging statues, so they can learn from your example. Mr. Fan said, "I understand the truth." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "The key lies in the word heart. Making money is nothing more than a gentleman using it wisely. Making more and less is one thing, and whether you are evil or not is another matter. The integrity of a businessman, the foundation of business, is nothing more than integrity." So where does integrity come from? It comes from knowing that you can make more money, but you are willing to make less money. But the problem is that in the world of wealth, integrity can become the biggest factor in calculation. Common divisor. There are so many similar questions. You businessmen are full of paradoxes and loopholes. If you can't reconcile these contradictions, you are destined to fail. Mr. Fan shook his head and said, "You don't need to tell me these superficial truths." Cui Dongshan sneered and said, "Simple? If I were the Li Xing, no matter how much money you make, you will always be at the bottom among all the schools of thought." Mr. Fan remained silent. Cui Dongshan stood on tiptoes and patted Mr. Fan on the shoulder. "Old Fan, you are making money, you are not shabby." Mr. Fan smiled bitterly and was speechless. Cui Dongshan retracted his hand, shook his sleeves, then wrapped his sleeves with his hands, and said calmly, "Cui Chan said he would show you a way, but he did not trick you. In fact, it was not in the future, but at that time. From that moment on, you on the road that Cui Han helped pave for you, from that moment on until this moment, the only thing you need to do is to match your financial path with your heart path. Therefore, he is indeed deceiving you at the same time, deliberately using rituals to scare you. Yes, various schools of thought, after all, are different from ordinary monks. It is not so easy to reach the 14th level of Hadao and pass the heart test. Last time at the Confucian Temple, Li Xing deliberately elevated the status of the entire business, but he did not give way to you. Isn't it testing you? Xiuhu makes you give up. If you still have any luck, then Li Xing will make you give up again. Mr. Fan, believe it or not, when you walk out of this alley, you will be in the 14th realm. Mr. Fan was thoughtful and doubtful. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand. Mr. Fan looked confused. "How much money will you give me if you listen to me?" Cui Dongshan said angrily, "The three of us drink wine and eat meat without paying the bill. If we spread the word, we will make a joke." Mr. Fan smiled and took out a piece of silver and handed it to the boy in white. Cui Dongshan turned around and walked towards the restaurant, while Mr. Fan was walking alone in the alley. Quickly entering the restaurant, Cui Dongshan took out a few pieces of silver and put them on the table, winking at Pei Qian. Pei Qian asked, "What?" Cui Dongshan said from his heart, "I was afraid of being beaten, so I ran away quickly. The moonlight is like water, flowing over the world." A remote place in the northwest of Liuxia continent, Yunkai Kingdom is not big, and the capital is even smaller. The Yunkai Kingdom is a vassal state of a large dynasty. As a rule, it has to pay tribute to the suzerain state every year. However, the tribute has always been small and the suzerain state has given more, because everyone knows that the Yunkai state is really poor and has meager products. "This is what I want." "That's fine, and you still need to pay subsidies." Therefore, the The Yunkai Kingdom's envoy convoys are notorious for arriving at a time when they arrive and leaving when they are full. Although the sparrow is small and has all the internal organs, there are so many yamen in the capital. It is said that the number is even more exaggerated than that of the suzerain country. Perhaps it was true as the book said, because Bai Ling protected the small imperial court. For 100 years, it could be said that the years were prosperous, the government was harmonious, and there was no war. It has always been a good situation. There is a willow-shaded lake in the capital with a long embankment of willow trees. It is crowded with tourists all year round. Various buildings, boats, painted boats and wild geese are dotted along the waterside, and the birds are singing and dancing, day and night. Along the lake, there are mansions of ministers, old pavilions, and noble houses. Aristocratic families and clans gather next to each other. Rich gentry and businessmen show off their wealth. Various courtyards and private gardens are gathered here. Therefore, there is noisy traffic and horses every day. Zhouzong is noisy, especially when going to work in the morning and returning home in the evening. The women compete for beauty and cannot tolerate loneliness. They often wear palace-like makeup, ride in sedan chairs, and ride horses through the willows. The warblers sing and swallows sing, and the people are more delicate than the flowers. In this most prosperous place, there is a young and poor official who works as a clerk in the Ministry of Accounts. Although his salary is meager, he still has an official status. He is no more poor than those poor people who can't exchange for a few pennies with a belly full of ink. Here he is. He rented a house and had a tall and thick personal maid, who always had a suitcase and inkstone hanging on her waist. The reason why these two masters and servants were able to pick up this big leak was because it was a haunted house. In short, the master is not a big official, and the maidservant is not pretty, and she is not conspicuous. The maid's name is Yen Gua, and the young official's name is Xiao Benchu. In this small country in the corner, the owner became a household official of a size as big as sesame seeds. It sounds nice to be in charge, but in fact the official hat is very small. Fortunately, he is donating houses and selling his official position, so he has money. However, the real person stays in the house and often falls asleep, which is literally daydreaming. At night, he likes to stay up all night and read all kinds of books. Are you a night owl? He looks like a young god, and goes to the Hubui Yamen to order the meal on time every day. He is extremely serious in doing things, is a good hand at handling complicated official affairs, and is incredibly experienced. Unfortunately, there is no one in the court to support him. As for the Yin Shin who leaves the body, he is responsible for practicing and nourishing the soul of the true body. Therefore, he practices 12 hours a day and 365 days a year, getting twice the result with half the effort. In the important place of the capital, beside the emperor, if the monks on the mountain travel far away as Yin Shin, and as officials, going in and out of the government offices and busy with official duties, it is still a bit taboo. She, the goddess of hanging inkstones who came to Lixiazu from the Mural City, said she was guarding the road and the house, but in fact she had nothing to do every day. The owner even allowed her to visit the capital more, but she only went out a few times. I lost interest. After watching a few lantern festivals, the national master didn't even have a golden elixir. For the monks on the mountain, let alone the capital city, the entire Yunkai kingdom is a small place. The aura of heaven and earth is average, the energy of mountains and rivers is average, the country's situation and destiny are also average, and several neighboring countries on the border have also been at peace for a long time, just like a few the neighbors were harmonious, each playing his own way, so for more than 100 years, things were generally peaceful. Therefore, even the state master's realm is only the Dragon Gate realm. He doesn't have much cultivation ability, but the Taoist temple looks pretty impressive. Her only interest is to follow her master to the sky of Liuxia continent every 6 months to capture thunder and lightning and refine the thunder pool. This house is not big, and it is rented. It is just a courtyard with 3 entrances. In fact, according to the owner's local background and current official salary, it is reasonable to say that it is a bit difficult, so the owner often needs to make some calligraphy and paintings and sell them. Come back in exchange for some money. Naturally there are no extra maids and maids. But on that night boat, the owner was the lord of Rongmao City, whose pseudonym was Xiao Baowan. In the early years, the 10 young people who had been selected to dominate the world did not have the title of master. She felt a little unfair. The master was tolerant and comforted her, saying that in the officialdom at the foot of the mountain, if one's virtue is not up to par, the worst he can do is to get a bad reputation, but in the mountain practice, if one's strength is not up to par, something will happen. The master also said that with his current state of paper, he really couldn't be included in the list. If he met anyone and started a dispute between them, he would die. At most, he could barely occupy a place among the 10 candidates behind him. What is the master's ambition? If you become an official, a person from the humble Han clan will be able to become a minister who helps the emperor regulate yin and yang when he succeeds in the future. If you want to practice, try to reach the Ascension realm one day. I will go to Qingming Tianxia to see if there is any chance to continue to be an official. Master, do you really like being an official that much? I remember when I was a kid, I caught Zhou and got an official seal. Official fans. It seems that his ancestors and fathers were only minor local officials. How did the master recognize the criminal officer Hao Su? A sleepwalk. Xiao Benchu was chatting with the maid while reading the latest Shanshui Di newspaper. It's just that Haoran's newspapers don't write about the battle situation in the wilderness, but Xiao Benchu has information channels and knows that on the battlefield there, a young monk belonging to the lineage of novelists appeared, named Barnyard Officer. This person was originally in Haoran Tianxia is unknown here, but it shines brightly on the wild battlefield and is extremely eye-catching. Beginning disciples of novelists are initially responsible for building a village, independently constructing the landscape, geography, and local customs. Step by step, from scratch to something, from few to many, from simple to complex, practice your skills, practice makes perfect. Gradually expand the territory, from prefectures, counties and prefectures to gather into a country, shape the landscape and gods, build the city god temple, Wenwu temple, Wenchang pavilion and Taoist temples wait, with the mountain tops of the immortal family and the sects of Jianghu. Eventually people, things, and things will bloom. According to the preferences of each novelist, everything in the world within this jurisdiction has its own emphasis. The only flaw is that in the blessed land of white paper, even the banished immortals cannot feel the passage of time. In addition, the position, timing, weight, etc. are all far away from the reality, as if there is a paper gap. The novelist is also one of the most distant from the mortal world among all the schools of thought. And that young monk single-handedly built a force of hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry. Although these soldiers and horses are too particular about the right time and place, once they leave the blessed land of white paper, they will be greatly compromised, and they are also easily attacked by some targeted immortals. The technique is subject to wind and rain. But no matter what, this move by the novelists will eventually be a feat that has never been seen in the world during the previous war. In some battlefields in the wild world, it is most suitable for temporary battles. Xiao Benchu felt a little regretful that he had never been to the wild world. In a rural school, Jiang Xiangjin, who became a teacher, was reading at night with a bowl of earthenware and a plate of peanuts. On Luola Mountain, Xiaomili spreads out an astronomy diary. Most of the time, she only records the cloudy, sunny, rainy and snowy weather every day, whether it is full of clouds or clear blue sky. However, occasionally she also writes about whether the moon is round or not, or whether the weather in the mountains this year is her azalea was in full bloom, and one bowl of the sour plum soup prepared by the old cook was not enough. She didn't blame her for being greedy, nor did she blame the old cook for his skill, but the bowl was too small. Another example is today, when she secretly took a nap and found that the sun was shining brightly outside the window, and God was in a good mood. Sort of Coming Chapter 1250. Chapter 1250 20 People and Candidates. 8. Today, the capital city of Yunnan Kingdom is a city that never sleeps with bright lights. On the street, a boy in white clothes shakes his sleeves so that they fly up, like two white clouds falling to the ground, and flutters his sleeves like fireflies. Passing by a gold-selling cave filled with the fragrance of powder, there were Ying Yen in red sleeves leaning on the railing to welcome guests. When they saw the handsome young man on the street, he was either covering his face with a fan or turning his eyes. Voice. Pei Qian asked, bluffing, nonsense. Cui Dongshan sighed and said, when you go out and treat others with sincerity, you must tell the truth without giving up your heart. Pei Qian didn't believe what Big White Goose said. Cui Dongshan changed his words, when we talk about things at the wine table, it's nothing more than okay, little things, no problem, take care of me, after drinking this glass of wine, we will be friends, next this is my treat. Pei Qian said, Chen Lingjun is such a good drinker that he wishes he could stay in a wine vat all day long. He doesn't do the same either. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, it's different, he has never drank. Pei Qian didn't quite understand this statement. Cui Dongshan didn't explain anything. If a Taoist monk walks in the wind and overlooks the earth, the night is dark, and the lights of thousands of houses in a city are like a cage of fireflies locked up. Unlike the top powers such as Yugui sect and Pushan Yunkatang, the Qingping sword sect has never bought a house in the capital. The Emperor of Yunnan Kingdom and the Ministry of Rites were well prepared and did not dare to neglect this unique property of Tonggishao. Zhongzhi Kendo sect was politely rejected by Zhongqiu and chose to settle down at Yulindu, where he would stay and practice on his own ferry. Lola Mountain and Qingping Sword sect, the upper and lower sects, now have two enviable cross-continental ferries, the Feng Yuan and the Lei Che, purchased from the Xuanmi dynasty of Zhongtu and the Yao family of Dequan respectively. The former goes both north and south. The north-south trade route of Luzhou, Beipingzhu and Tonggishao, the latter taking the east-west trade route of Tonggishao, Nampaswazu and Fuyazhu, the division of labor is clear. The dragon boat Fan Mo and the Tong Yin presented to Qingping sword sect by Lu Kaishan as a gift, both follow the money within the continent. While running a financial path, they can also expand the influence of the sect in the countries along the way. As for the Bigli sword boat, Bingding, it is now docked at Yulindu. Here in Tonggishao, I just heard that this kind of sword boat can kill monsters like cutting flowers and grass. This sword boat was cried by sect master Cui, who was weak in the Jisa Peak ancestral hall, and was temporarily lent to the lower sect. Poor sect leader Cui always feels that he is becoming more and more unpopular in Luopa Mountain, and his husband guards him like a thief. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked back at the city gate. Blessings and misfortunes come from the same family, benefits and harms come from the same city, joys and sorrows are like the chirping of cicadas in tall willows, joys and sorrows are like running water under the ice, how many flowers bloom and fall in the world in one night. The boy in white raised his gaze slightly and looked towards the city. I remember that the old stayed busy with his official duties and stayed up all night reading miscellaneous books. After putting down his books, he would occasionally come to the top of the outer city before dawn and look at the various people waiting to leave or enter the city. When they arrived at the ferry, Cui Dongshan couldn't help but feel sad when he saw the ferry. Ever since he became the hardworking and uncomplaining transitional sect master, he and Luo Shan have become inseparable. Sighing long and short all the way, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked onto the ferry. Mr. Zhong took the sword fairy embryos out to practice. Now there are only a few old ones left on the boat. Feng Shuetao, who goes by the name Qingmi, is a frequent visitor here. He accompanied Jiang Shangzhen on a trip to Luola Mountain not long ago. He was dragged to the wild world by some idiot earlier, but when the war was about to start, he was even disliked. It's a drag and will only hinder the drawing of the sword. I remember when I was in the Chinese Confucian temple, within one day, I was asked about swordsmanship at the same time as a liang. Of course Feng Shuetao himself was too embarrassed to mention it, but now it has become a feat that is talked about by the outside world. With the lifting of the ban on Zhuzhou Shanshui Di Bao, the Taoist name Qingmi has become more and more famous, almost comparable to the Nin Taoist, who became famous after the Battle of Yuanyangzu. With your own strength, in the two sword-asking games one after another, the old Qingmi immortal was not injured and unscathed. Can you do it? No matter how shameless Feng Shuetao was, he would never be able to say such a thing. Of course, it was all thanks to the encouragement of a close friend. In the past, the appearance of a new Jade Pure Realm monk in a continent other than the Middle-earth Divine Continent was not a trivial matter and could be talked about for several years. For example, Lu Laoqing of Shu Jinhu, who initially became the first Jade Purity Realm in Aquarius Continent as a wild cultivator, felt disrespectful if he was not published in many newspapers. Unexpectedly, there is now another Yuanying Realm monk who has successfully entered the upper 5 realms. The newspaper is so stingy that it doesn't even bother to mention it. Cui Dongshan curled his lips and said to himself, I don't know how many new 14ers and ascendants will appear to fill the 3 huge holes. 2 local sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Xing Yun and Lu Shuwei, were on the boat at the moment, setting up a table to entertain Feng Shuetao. The old woman's cooking skills were mediocre, so she gave up her cooking after being criticized by Xing Yun for a few words. As a result, Feng Shuetao, the guest, had to go to the kitchen to cook some special dishes to go with wine. Yamazawa Yeshio is mostly an all-rounder who knows how to get by. Feng Shuetao is also happy that some people don't treat him as an ascendant. Sword cultivators have a high vision, let alone a local sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In addition, Feng Shuetao was in the Ascension realm, so they gathered together to chat, mostly about people on the top of the mountain. In the vast world, there have been a handful of well-documented new ascendants, such as the Wang Jia of Fuyao Continent with the Taoist name Shujuan, the cave master of Liuxia Continent's Tianyu Cave, and others. Even the Qi practitioners halfway up the mountain had guessed through various newspapers and gossip that 1 or 2 new 14ers were very likely to appear in the world. We just have to wait and see who the flowers will fall on. Cui Dongshan sat down next to Xing Yun, arm in arm with the old sword cultivator. Pei Qian sat silently next to Lu Shuwei. The old woman had kind eyes and smiled as she helped the young woman stroke her temples. Pei Yatu is obviously a beautiful woman, but she doesn't like to dress up. Lu Shuwei continued the previous topic, listening to you guys chatting like this. Why do you feel that Mizuwa's immortal realm has suddenly become less valuable? Feng Shuetao shook his head and said, in 100,000 years, an immortal realm sword cultivator will still be very valuable wherever he goes. Lu Shuwei asked casually, what about 10,000 years from now? Feng Shuetao smiled and said, how can you think of something so far away? Cui Dongshan said with a smile, yes, who knows about things that are so far away? Maybe by then a mountain spirit in the 4th or 5th realm will be a great demon that travels thousands of miles. A Qi practitioner who is lucky enough to reach the cave realm will be, according to legend, he is an earthly immortal who has passed through the heavenly pass and is now able to live in the human world. In the eyes of the world, the dragon appears but never ends. Lu Shuwei raised his chin towards Feng Shuetao. Just now we were talking about martial arts. Taoist fellow Qingmi said that Chao Sis martial arts is as majestic as the mountains. Looking at Chen Pingan again, it is as vast as the length of the river. Xingyun nodded and said, Brother Feng's implication is that to truly reach the top of the martial arts, you still have to see Chao Ci. At most, we hidden officials are taking advantage of people who are also cultivators and can prove immortality. Feng Shuetao was a little depressed and chatted at the table over a small drink. Why are you so serious? Feng Shuetao glanced at Pei Qian. Cui Dongshan said with a face full of shock, it turns out that Senior Qingmi can also read and write. He can not only speak in plain language, right? Sensing Feng Zuido's gaze, Pei Qianchuan smiled and said, Master himself is not confident that he can defeat Chao Ci. Cui Dongshan raised the bowl as if drinking heavily, but when he put the bowl down, the height did not decrease, and he smashed it with his mouth. Lu Ji may come out of seclusion in the near future. Of course, it will be the kind of seclusion without external force, which can break the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and enter the Ascension realm. Xingyun asked, why did Lu Ji go to the Longxiang sword sect to hang out with Qi Tingji instead of coming to our place as a worshipper? I heard from Miyu that Lu Ji had a good relationship with Yin Guan back then. Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin, yeah, if Lu Ji can come to our Qingping sword sect, me the sword immortal won't have to run around with the title of chief, which is great. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, Brother Feng, are you confident that you can make further progress? From now on, when I am outside, I can brag about how wide my connections are on the top of the mountain. I know a few big guys in the 14th realm, and I am lucky enough to have a drink with you at the same table. Liquor. Feng Shuetao felt helpless, it's just my material. It's just a piece of wood. It's just a joke for people to watch. Cui Dongshan lamented endlessly, I am so pitiful that I am inferior to human beings. In addition to Chief Zhou, and the me sword immortal who lies in the sun every day, if the brothers get together to drink together one day, they will probably drink. I'll hold my head and cry while drinking. Jiang Shangzhen fell from the Ascension realm back to the Immortal realm. It is obviously difficult to return to the Ascension realm. Miyu started to have a clear conscience after reaching the Immortal realm. He secretly compiled a recipe book in Luopa Mountain and told Zhong the Grandmaster is busy ordering dishes every day. After a full meal, he walked out of the old cook's house with a toothpick in his mouth and burping, and began to figure out what to eat next. Feng Shuetao didn't accept words like watering down wine. To be honest, Feng Shuetao didn't want to chat with Cui Dongshan. It was too brain-consuming. He always felt that there was something hidden in every sentence of the other party, and he was like an ignorant pimple. Probably as Jiang Shangzhen said, people who are too smart, even if they don't speak, just need to remain silent and don't need to show off their power, they have an edge in themselves. Chen Pingan, who looked a little tired because he had little wind and a lot of walking, showed up on the ferry with Xie Dog. Lu Shui stood up immediately when he saw the girl in the mink hat whom he had heard about slightly. Xingyun hesitated for a moment, nodded to the young hidden official, and then left with the old woman. Chen Pingan didn't say anything about this, and there was no need to force everyone to behave in a harmonious manner. Thanks to the dog, it doesn't matter at all. But if these two Yupu are still so alienated when they meet Xiaomo in the future, don't blame yourself for not treating them as people in the same boat. Pei Qian wanted to get up, but Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and pressed twice, indicating that he could just sit and drink. The eldest girl has a family and is used to being in the world. Drinking a little wine now is nothing. After a few polite greetings with Feng Shuetao, Chen Pingan asked curiously, what did you say to Mr. Fan? Why did I hear Xiago say that he was wandering around the corner of an alley for a long time and refused to get out of the alley? Cui Dongshan was vague, trying not to lie but not telling the whole truth. I bet that Mr. Fan can reach the 14th realm just by walking out of the alley. It seems that Mr. Fan is not very confident. Chen Pingon smiled and said, Mr. Fan has no confidence, but Sect Master Cui does. Cui Dongshan deliberately ignored the sentimental title and asked tentatively, Sir, why don't you ask the ceremonial saint for the correct answer? No matter whether it succeeds or not, Mr. Fan will definitely accept this sentiment. Chen Pingon glared, really, the ceremonial saint staring at the two paths of the world's Qingdao from outside is as idle as you? At this moment, Chen Pingon heard a fiery voice in his heart, hurry and go to the alley to meet the wealthy Mr. Fan. Needless to say, this free favor will earn the rich man a few $1,000s first. We scholars don't talk about money, which is insulting to politeness. We are just friends who hit it off at first sight and share the same goals. After all, it was Mr. Fan who had spoken. Chen Pingon did not dare to hesitate at all, and directly used the magical power of mountains and rivers to go to the alley to meet Mr. Fan, who was hesitant to take that step. Cui Dongshan murmured in a low voice, Sir, you still set an example and are consistent in your words and deeds. You have learned a new skill. Xia Go quickly turned to look at Pei Qian, write it down in the account book quickly. Pei Qian smiled and said, You and junior sister Guo are from the same hilltop, and junior senior brother and I are from the same group. Xia Go laughed and said, No, it's nothing. Over in the alley, Mr. Fan saw Chen Pingon. The latter held his fists and smiled, as if congratulating the former. Mr. Fan originally thought that Chen Pingon came here to apologize on behalf of Sect Master Cui, or that he came here to discuss business with him. But when he saw that Chen Pingon had no intention of speaking, he understood for a moment, and Mr. Fan still calmed down. He didn't speak, and Chen Pingon just didn't speak either. Mr. Fan became more and more clear about his guess, his mind changed quickly, and he thought about it seriously. Chen Pingon admires the tenacity of this business founder. Mr. Fan looked up at the sky and said slowly, If the Li Xing really nodded, assuming that I can definitely reach the 14th realm, then I might as well wait for a while and wait until Haran Tianxia wins this battle, and then I can join forces. Road. When Chen Pingon heard this, he bowed and saluted. Mr. Fan looked solemn and bowed in return. Beyond the stars in the sky, the two old men eagerly awaited every move on the other side of the alley in the world. Yu Xian asked in his heart, Old scholar, is it true that Mr. Fan's merits and deeds are not complete until he has passed this mental hurdle? Only the sages of ritual can be considered true. Nod and agree to his future cooperation. The status of merchants among hundreds of scholars, no matter how high the Confucian temple is raised, if the realm of the founder, Mr. Fan, is limited, and one day he and Mr. Fan can be together, the situation will be the same. In fact, within the Confucian temple, not only Yixing, Fu Xing and others, but also the 72 sages, and even the old scholar himself, have always disapproved of overly elevating the status of merchants. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled, Good. Yu Xian asked, You didn't remind Taoish Chen of anything before, but did you hint to Mr. Fan? The old scholar glared and said, Old Yu, what are you talking about? Who are you to be the ceremonial saint? If there is such a shady business, how can he not see through it? Yu Xian said angrily, Why are you so impatient? Aren't I afraid that you will add too much to the problem, which will only make Taoish Qin a bad impression with Li Xing and be misunderstood as a person who is unjust for profit? Having said this, the old master couldn't help but glance at the old scholar. It's not like he's pretending to be fat, but he doesn't have 300 taels of silver here, right? The old scholar smiled and patted Yu Xian on the shoulder, saying nothing. In fact, the relationship between the two parties was average before. One was afraid of poverty, and the other had never worried about money in his life. How could they chat? Are you planning to even out your wealth? It's different now. The relationship between the two brothers is getting better. The two of them quickly stood up, and it turned out that the Li Sheng was here in person. Li Sheng said, "Someone once gave me a more utilitarian suggestion. The Confucian temple can neither generously improve the status of merchants, but reduce the realms of the merchant's several ancestors to the immortal realm, and even ascending to the realm is a luxury. The Confucian temple alone gave Mr. Fan a path of harmony, but it left the merchants forever at the bottom among hundreds of schools of thought." Yu Xian said, "It's really cruel." Although the old master guessed that the advice given by this person was to prevent the future avenues and financial paths in the world from almost overlapping. But if you put yourself in Mr. Fan's shoes or a merchant disciple, I'm afraid that once the truth of this matter is known one day, all of them will collapse. The old scholar just listened and said nothing about good or bad, good or bad. Li Sheng asked, "What do you think Chen Pingan was thinking deep down when he was standing at the alley?" Yu Xian's face changed slightly. "I don't dare to think about it. When you are a junior, should you imitate Cui Chan step by step, or should you not learn from Cui Chan and do the opposite?" The old scholar said calmly, "Don't think about it. The divine continent of Middle-earth is a secret cave in the sky that has not been recorded in history books. A huge ancient bronze mirror, covering an area of 100 feet. There are 20 chairs placed on the mirror, just like an ancestral hall that does not need gold and jade genealogies. A chi refiner quietly entered the secret realm and lit 9 sticks of incense. The monks present at the meeting do not need to be physically present, and do not even need to pay attention. There has never been a discussion in history when the number of people gathered together. There are as many as 14 or 5 people, and as few as 5 or 6 people. According to the earliest rules, 1 stick of incense, participate when you have time, and ignore it if something happens. 3 sticks of incense, try to participate as much as possible. If you do not participate in this type of discussion 3 times in a row, you will be automatically removed from the status and lose your qualifications. 9 sticks of incense are required to participate. Unless you happen to be in a life and death situation, or face some emergency situation that involves the fundamentals of the avenue, or there is an ascension realm monk standing next to you who can easily detect clues. But if anyone fails to participate in such discussions twice in a row, there will be consequences at your own risk. Because they will be regarded as the common enemy by the other 19 people. In the past 300 years, the opportunities to light 9 sticks of incense have actually been few and far between. From recent times to far away, the great sword Qi Wall was breached by the savage demon clan. Qi Jingchen protected the Lizhu cave sky, and there was also the 13-year battle between the great sword Qi Wall and the savage world, etc. The 2 chairs at the front were vacant almost every time and were nowhere to be seen. Even if they rarely show up, they rarely speak. As for whether they have ever spoken to anyone from their hearts, God knows. The members who came here to discuss matters were either covered in a cloud of mist, or used disguise techniques. After all, no one was willing to show their true identities in public. The most unusual thing today is the appearance of 2 central seats facing each other. Those who come here to discuss matters have no distinction between superiority and inferiority. They just cooperate with each other and get what they need. They cannot buy or sell by force. Of course, the identity and realm were guessed, and the details of private transactions and bargaining will be discussed separately. In less than a moment of burning incense, most of the monks came to this ancestral hall and sat down on their seats. There are a total of 22 chairs, among which the 4 old and new chairs with the most special positions are still vacant at this time. Before the formal discussion, a female cultivator asked with a smile, Situ Mengjing didn't even want to be the master of the sect that was presented to him. How could he be willing to go down the mountain and become the master of the mountain? In the Xiaolongqiu Patriarch Hall, when I was hanging portraits to offer incense to the juniors. Isn't the scene very interesting? Situ Mengjing, whose Taoist name is Longbeard, is the current mountain master of Xiaolongqiu. This is similar to a minister going to work as a local governor, a typical high-ranking official. A few monks glanced at the immortal who presided over the ceremony with playful eyes, the host of this strange ancestral hall. The immortal turned a deaf ear, sat on the chair, closed his eyes and rested for a moment, then changed the subject and said, "It can be roughly confirmed that Han Yushu did not have any accidents. Not long ago, he was called to Tianmu Academy by Wen Yu, and Wan Yaozong received it. A sternly worded invitation to the academy. Soon someone was gloating, Wen Yu is not an ordinary guy. He and several young gentlemen from Liuyuan Academy, including Gao Xuandu, are the focus of the Confucian Temple's training. In the future, they will all start as mountain chiefs and become academy directors. Han Yushu won't explain where the person offering wine is, right? But in a few days, news will come out from Tianmu Academy that Han Yushu has been taken to the Middle-earth Merit Forest to drink tea." Someone also said something fair on behalf of Sect Master Han. Wen Yu seems to be a sword cultivator, and his flying sword magical power is unusual. Han Yushu may not be able to escape. It's excusable, but the established rules cannot be changed. Once again, he won't have to go to the meeting. If he has been detained in Gongda Forest, at least he won't have to die. Different from the 4 chairs that were always unoccupied, everyone present who had already arrived had different moods when looking at the empty seats of those old acquaintances. Even if someone takes these seats in the future, they will still be replaced. For example, Xingguan Haosu has gone to Qingming Tianxia and is now in Baiyujing Shenshao City. What's more, Haosu voluntarily gave up his position and was replaced by his direct disciple Du Shanin. During the last meeting, one of the items on the agenda was to discuss this matter, and it was passed. Therefore, Haosu's position will be filled by Du Shanin this time. He is a young sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, named Du Shanin. It was his first time to participate in a discussion. Du Shanin did not have stage fright and leaned lazily on the back of his chair. He not only wanted to see the young hidden official here, but he also didn't want Chen Pingon to show up here. A monk asked this newcomer. He knew the true identity of the other party, but still did not reveal his name. "I want the maid Ji Qing who is with you. You offer a price. Just ask a higher price. Don't worry about scaring me." Du Shanin said, "As long as I can be guaranteed to ascend within 100 years, I will give Ji Qing to you today." The man sneered and said, "I am now in the immortal realm, and you are a bit pushy. Take a step back and discuss it. It is very possible for you to become a sword immortal. Immortals teach the method of ascension. Young people, go ahead and dream." This Du Shanin is worthy of being the only direct descendant of Haosu. He has a good master as his backer and speaks with toughness. In the Jinchi Great Wall Prison, the girl Ji Qing is inseparable from Changshu. The former is the manifestation of the Great Avenue of gold and copper coins, and Ji Qing is the incarnation of the ancestral money of grain rain coin in the world. Du Shanin took the initiative and asked, "Where is that ancestral spring incarnation hidden now? Do you have any definite information?" The first coin in the world is known as the ancestral spring. Over the past 10,000 years, he has appeared a few times, and there have been glimpses in the world of Qingming and the Western Buddhist kingdom. The last time he showed his true identity was before the Battle of Slaying the Dragon, when he was discovered by the great monk hiding in the Dragon Palace under the sea. In the building, Du Shanin promised his master that when he perfected his swordsmanship and ascended to enlightenment, that would be the day when the flower picker on the mountain would die. It seems that master was owed a huge favor because he received help from Baihua Paradise during his escape. Haosu went to Qingming Tianxia, and this debt naturally fell on Du Shanin. After all, no one was willing to talk to this young swordsman because of his junior qualifications. Du Shanin asked for trouble, his expression was as usual. Listen patiently to the news that is hard to see in the landscape newspapers. The one from Colorful World, not long after she came to Howren World, she made another trip to Fingdu. She used her sword very ruthlessly. Naturally, he didn't dare to call Ningyao by his first name. It is absolutely certain that Lu Kaishan of Aizu has reached the 14th level. The old master from Luzhou, Beiju, succeeded in joining the Tao. Over in Aai, in addition to Lu Kaishan who successfully merged in his ancestral hall, isn't there a new 14th who will merge soon? Is it the one named Wei? There's a lot of movement over at Chuanzhou Mountain in Fuyao Island. I heard that many strange people have appeared. The mountain top of Aquarius continent has become more and more bottomless. Ha, a certain aunt who is my neighbor, I don't know how I feel now. Hey, anyway, she has a good senior brother with great hands and eyes, so I guess she won't mind such a trivial matter. It's such a lucky thing that my senior brother walks sideways. I've seen it all over the world, but there are few who can be better than her. What about Lu Saobao? It seems that I can give her a run for my money. Generally speaking, there are no taboos in speaking here except not calling the 14th realm monks by their names. However, when someone heard someone sarcastically mocking Lu Qiqing, someone else coughed a few times. There was no way, let alone the name Jingzhuzhong, they didn't dare to mention it. Even if they wanted to mention Baidi City, they had to weigh it carefully. Moreover, this situation was before Jingzhuzhong reached the 14th realm. Trying not to talk about people or things related to Baidi City seems to be a very tacit rule here. While they were chatting, monks came one after another to take a seat. Tianwan has always been keen on participating in discussions and always came here early, but today she arrived late. She seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. This arrogant mother-in-law rarely showed an apologetic look, explaining to everyone why she had gone to such unnecessary lengths. I have been tricked by Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen before, especially the former. He is thoughtful and vicious. He will check my soul and memory regularly. I have to be careful. The woman with her hand tied with a red string looked across at an empty spot that had not yet been filled. She couldn't help but sigh, Mr. Sun, what a pity. When it comes to senior fellow apprentices, wouldn't someone be more exaggerated? More than senior fellow apprentice, sir, or fellow Taoist, this person's own luck is not the best. Blessings are everywhere, and blessings are abundant. We cannot be envious of them. A certain woman who had been listening to their gossip smiled and said, just a reminder, when you talk about the new hidden official, please be polite. Someone sneered, it's strange, you and he are not from opposing camps. Indeed, the Yingguan lineage of sword cultivators is divided into front and rear. The two owners of the Summer Palace were Xiao Sun, a local swordsman who chose to betray the great sword Qi Wall, and then Chen Pingan, a stranger to the great sword Qi Wall. She smiled and said, I'm just reminding you, it's your business whether you take it seriously or not. There was a Middle-earth immortal who was neither high nor low in rank. He was at war between heaven and man in his heart, and he was hesitating whether to communicate with Mr. Zheng. Oh no, it was Master Chen Shan who tipped off the news. After much thought, it seemed that there was no need to do anything extra. With the mentality of the two of them, they probably come and leave as they please. At this moment, the host immortal who presided over the discussion stood up and said in a deep voice, today's discussion is different from the past. First of all, the owners of the 4 chairs facing each other will all show up. Secondly, we will all show up with our true faces today. If you don't want to face other people like this, you can leave now. Although everyone had their own thoughts and weighed the pros and cons, in the end no one chose to get up and leave this place. Someone was hesitant and asked a key question that no one seems to have delved into. what was the purpose of creating this place? Among the 4 empty chairs facing each other, one person has appeared on each side. Among them is a short Taoist priest who is full of majestic Taoism and holds a pocket flag. The Taoist priest has come from across the world. The Taoist priest spoke hoarsely. I never thought that my old friend would wither away like this. Reminiscing about the past has become a luxury. The other person, who surprised people, turned out to be Wei Shi, the master of the 72 peaks in Azu. He had almost never gone out for 3,000 years. He was standing next to the chair. He seemed to be in no hurry to sit down. He just stretched out his arm to hold the chair and smiled. I also asked this question in the early years. It seems to be due to Lu Zhangjiao's work. There are 2 chapters inside and outside, named Equality of Things and Qiwu Luan respectively. So the answer is Qiwu internally and Qiwu Luan externally. Everyone began to carefully chew on the profound meaning. A certain Taoist priest who got close to and had a relationship with the man with a playful smile in a certain place was stunned for a moment. After finally coming back to his senses, the young Taoist priest wearing a lotus crown began to beat his chest and feet, and said sadly, "Fellow Taoists, please don't try to harm this poor Taoist." Ah! Whether you believe it or not, Pindao has never written any essays on the equalization of things or a pedestal. You are setting up a frame of reference, slandering a good person, and framing Zhongliang. Pindao also has a master and a senior brother who he can rely on. To put it another way, we are still from the same hometown. When we meet on the street, we will burst into tears. How can it be like this? Lu Chen suddenly stopped talking because he noticed that the wanderer looked back with a pensive expression, looking far away into a hidden whirlpool somewhere in the long river of time. There, Jing Juzhong found a 14th realm monk who was difficult to distinguish whether he was in the present or the future. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are so patient. Unless we face each other, Chen Pingan would never guess that it is you." Ma Kuxuan did give Chen Pingan a good riddle in this matter. Note, Chapter 188 Rules and Trivialities. After all, just because I didn't get those dozens of taels of silver that I asked for back then, this matter, strictly speaking, has nothing to do with Chen Pingan, nor does it have anything to do with you. You 2 parties who are on opposite sides, in fact, in one sentence didn't even say anything. Sort of Coming Chapter 1251. Chapter 1251 20 People and Candidates. 9. The sky and the earth are long, and the night light is dim. The green vegetation and trees are strange, and suddenly green mountains are seen under the water. When Wei Shi appeared together with the astonishingly short old Taoist priest, there were 4 empty chairs and 2 hosts had not yet appeared. It seems that we still need to wait for someone. They were still talking about Azu, and there were 2 new members of the 14th realm, including Wei Shi. Unexpectedly, Wei Shi turned out to be one of the people behind this ancestral master hall, which made many members present take aback. Reassurance, after all, the situation is changing now, and the cultivators have caught up with the good times. Overtly and covertly, there are more and more people who have achieved enlightenment and ascended to the level of 2 hands. If there is no more 14th person in their ancestral hall, it seems almost meaningless to sit in charge. Sword cultivator Du Shanin, who participated in the discussion for the first time, felt that the trip was worthwhile. Someone asked directly, "Senior, have you already joined the Tao?" Wei Shi said, "There is actually not much difference between the previous Ascension realm and the current new 14th. Not many people can say such big words. Since the rightful owner said so, they didn't have the nerve to say congratulations. A stick of incense has not yet burned out. 22 chairs in total, with a few empty seats." Wei Shi, who was still standing, smiled and said, "You can still chat for a while. No one is timid to be able to sit down here, so someone asked out of curiosity, "Who is this Taoist priest?" The old Taoist priest sitting cross-legged on one of the main seats turned a deaf ear. From time to time he stretched out his hand to touch his sleeves, his palms full of golden crumbs. Wei Shi did not give a precise answer, but said something general, "I also want to call you senior." The old Taoist priest closed his eyes and said, "We are going in the same direction, walking on the same path, just call each other Taoist friends." Wei Shi smiled and said, "Senior is older and has joined the Tao earlier. It is not an exaggeration to call him senior." The old Taoist priest opened his eyelids and glanced at Wei Shi, who was still unwilling to sit down opposite. Immortal Yun Jia was shocked in his heart, another 14th realm. And judging from Wei Shi's tone, this Taoist priest is still an old 14er. As soon as Wei Shi said this, everyone's guesses were confirmed. For a moment, everyone had different expressions. After all, guesses are just guesses. When they knew the facts, they would inevitably have a different mood. As a result, they became more and more curious about the owners of the other two chairs. Aizu Wei Shi's dojo is located in Qishan Mountain. There are 36 peaks in the whole mountain, and the peaks are like a circle. That's why Wei Shi calls himself Master of 37 Peaks. When Wei Shi was young, his aptitude for Taoism was very good, so he liked to travel around the world and make friends all over the world. Wei Shi was even more sharp and did not care about making enemies on all sides. It's a pity that such a proud man who has excelled on the road has gone from a young ascendant who has the most hope of reaching the 14th realm to an old ascendant who is least likely to succeed. You must know that those who lost to Wei Shi back then, as well as those who were following behind and eating ashes on the path of cultivation at the same time, can barely be called those who are behind them, but they are not ordinary people. The style of the Taoists who lived in the same era as Wei Shi was overshadowed by Wei Shi and became dim, without exception. Perhaps people like Wei Shi can be called the kind of truly unconventional people. At that time, Wei Shi had a widely circulated and extremely arrogant statement, after he defeated several fellow monks in a duel. "You are a once-in-century genius, he is a once-in-century figure, and so am I, and so are everyone. We are really in trouble for this 100-year period." It is universally recognized that Wei Shi is the #1 immortal since ancient times, and his name is higher than that of Su Luo Weizhu and other immortals. And this Su Lu Huaizhou is Su Zi and Lu Qi, as well as Hua Yin, the sword immortal Zhou Shenji. Besides, there was also Hulong Zhenren from Luzhou in Beiju, who also lost to Wei Shi. There were discussions and fights on the mountain, and Wei Shi won 96 games in a row. Either they are fighting in the same territory, or they are fighting against the enemy across the border. There is no weak opponent to defeat them. It was just that during the turmoil over the word North that year, when faced with the cross-sea sword challenge between Zhu Luzhou's sword cultivator, Wei Shi never showed up from beginning to end. In the eyes of the outside world, it was because Wei Shi was too ambitious and dared to retreat to the 14th realm just a few years after his ascension, which led to the failure of Hedao. He became disheartened and ignored worldly affairs. The absence of Wei Shi made Lu Kaishan, who was in charge of the overall situation, seem a bit helpless. Therefore, over the years, the Qi practitioners in Aizu had some resentment towards Wei Shi and Ji Shan. If Baidi City is a good place for wild cultivators in the world, then Taishu Mountain in the Middle Earth and Qi Mountain in Aizu are both excellent dojos for spirit practitioners. Yu Fushan, who is now serving as the guardian of Taiping Mountain, has longed for the dojo of the old Wei, and has coveted several mountains including Lianri Peak and Moon Worship Mountain for a long time. Don't look at the latecomer Hulong Zhenren, who often teases Wei Shi by saying that it may not be good if he is young. But among the disciples Yuan Lingdian, Wei Shi's evaluation of Wei Shi is extremely high. Generally speaking, Lu Qi in Zhou Mi's Lu Jin realm, Lu Yan's Golden Core realm, and Wei Shi in Yao Qing's Nascent Soul realm are all Scorpions pull daddy, their only share. Yuan Lingdian feels that master's statement of one share seems inappropriate. The old man criticized this ignorant direct descendant, saying that he should not be too rigid in his conduct, and should not mingle words when speaking, just understand the general meaning. And who did Wei Shi lose to in the 97th Battle of Martial Arts has always been an unsolved mystery that makes people extremely curious. Chen Pingan is one of the few who knows the answer, because Wu Shuangjiang took the initiative to mention this matter when they reunited at the Sword Qi Great Wall last time, claiming that he had a fight with Wei Shi before leaving Haoran World and going to Qingming World. Wu Shuangjiang spoke more reservedly at the time, saying that he regretted it now and should not have made things worse for Wei Shi. Wei Shi asked from the bottom of his heart, "Senior, can you deduce the situation at Han Yushu's side?" The old Taoist priest nodded and said, "Tell this fellow Taoist all the information about his birth date and other information with the poor Taoist." After a while, the old Taoist priest put his hands in his sleeves, stretched out his hands, shook his sleeves, and said, "I have returned to Tao Mountain." Replacing this elegant expression with a colloquial one is dead. Wei Shi was not too surprised, he just said 2 words, which was a pity. The old Taoist priest said slowly, "Don't reveal too much about the secret of heaven." The poor Taoist can only say that he provoked an old man who shouldn't be provoked. Then Han Yushu inherited the ancestral business and sat on the blessed land of 3 mountains. He mistakenly thought that he was destined to return and was in a blessing. He doesn't hesitate to be blessed, but he doesn't know that when he really leaves the blessed land, he is destined to suffer this calamity. In the final analysis, he is still used to being a frog at the bottom of the well, his vision is narrow, and he doesn't know how wide the sky is outside. Wei Shi declined to comment. The old Taoist priest said, "While the other 2 haven't arrived yet, fellow Taoist Wei, tell me about the century-old situation here." The older ones and the younger ones can each pick 10 people to talk about. When Wei Shi was thinking about selecting the characters, everyone here could remove the blindness. Except for Lu Miao and Du Shanin, the other dozen or so people put away all kinds of magical powers and chose to show their true appearance. Yun Jia was in a complicated mood, and all the answers to the mystery finally came to light today. "I saw a woman with picturesque eyebrows and a sword on her back, wearing a round-neck brocade robe with a vulture pattern, a hairpin on her head, a neck as white as snow, and a dragon-shaped gold necklace with a yellow embroidered rope. Look at her with a lot of side eyes." Because of her special status, Luo Shan, a female swordsman from the old Summer Palace hidden official lineage, and Zhuan are both Xiao Sun's right-hand men. Luo Shan was a Jade Pu realm swordsman when he left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and now he is a great swordsman. She was the one who reminded some people not to be too casual when talking about Chen Pingan. Yun Gao deflected his gaze a little, and saw a few acquaintances who were famous in all continents. There are 4 recognized big mountains in Liuxia continent, Qinggong Mountain in Jinghao, Tianyu Cave in Shunan Yuan, Fangzuan sect where Chao Gun is located, and Liaoshui where 2 immortals came from. The current head of Liaoshui is immortal Qinzhao, whose Taoist name is Xinchan. Looking at him, he was just a handsome young man in white clothes. His junior sister Tsong Qian is also an immortal. There are 2 immortals in one sect, and their momentum is not weak. But the last time the person who attended the meeting of the Zhongtu Confucian Temple was not him as the sect leader, but Song Qian, the headmaster. This in itself is a kind of expression of the Confucian Temple. At this moment, the young man in white clothes crossed his legs and whistled towards the caged parrot with a relaxed attitude. Next to Qin Zhao, he happens to be a close neighbor of his sect and the master of Tianyu Cave, Shunan Yuan, whose Taoist name is Jiao Ming. Shunan Yuan also has many elegant self-signs and nicknames, such as Zhuang Si, Han Ren, Chui Gong, etc. This new ascended realm man is an extremely wealthy man with narrow eyes. If he were walking in the market with his Taoist companion, he would probably have a typical appearance of a wealthy man and a wealthy woman. It is said that there was once a foreigner who was so bold that he dared to say something from the bottom of his heart to his face that he believed to be fair. He always felt that my nephew Shu, who suffered from heatstroke, was not your biological child. Why don't you do a blood test? However, Shunan Yuan's main path is extremely hidden. However, the old Taoist priest could see through this man's true identity at a glance. It is said that fishermen in the East China Sea once saw small insects nesting in mosquito eyelashes, and the book also said that Buddha saw a bowl of water with 48,000 insects. There is also a graceful old man in a Confucian shirt, Duan Qingchen, who calls himself Li Jing. At a young age, he became the deputy principal of an academy in Nanbosu Island. It seems that he later had many conflicts with Qin Chunan. He had an impatient personality and left the academy on his own initiative in anger. It was this person who once made a sarcastic remark about sitting on the sidelines during a certain meeting. He wanted to see how Qin Chunan was such a monopolistic scholar. Among them was a tall, thin old man, who seemed to be deliberately targeting Yun Jia, knowingly asking, "Where is the white jade Ganoderma lucidum from fellow Taoist Lu Xia?" This person is wearing a yellow robe and comes from the Lu family in central China. His name is Lu Su, his Taoist name is Huang Yu, he is old and has a high seniority. He is of the same seniority as Lu Wei, who is from the same lineage of the clan, and has an irreversible relationship. In addition, Lu Su is also the leader of the Lu family's Tiantai Sikhen division. Yun Jia sneered and said, "You can give your belongings to whomever you want. Why do fellow Taoists care about the East and the West, the sky and the earth? Do you have any control over it?" Lu Su snorted coldly. Obviously, Yun Qiao's words of governing heaven and governing earth hit his weak point. Zozi talks about the sky, and the Lu family talks about the earth. Each accounts for half of the yin and yang family. In this way, the Lu family in Zhongtu really has no control over heaven. During the discussion in the Confucian temple, the immortal Yun Jia had a conflict with the young hermit official because of a certain proud disciple who liked to play tricks. In full view of the public, in the Battle of Yuanyangzu, Yun Jia handed over the half-immortal artifact as an apology. The white jade Ganoderma lucidum of military rank. The owner of Zhoushan Immortal Pavilion is also a very famous handsome man. Yun Jia was born with a face like a crown jade, white robes and white shoes, and a snow-white whisk with a jade handle on her arm, plus a white jade Ganoderma lucidum, which gave her an extraordinary air of immortality and good looks. Taoist companion Wei Zi is also in the immortal realm. She has better luck than Yun Jia and owns most of the broken misty blessed land. She was in retreat. If she hadn't lit 9 sticks of incense this time, as the guardian of the retreat, Yun Jia would definitely not have been distracted by coming here to discuss matters. Nowadays, in the Zongzitu Immortal Mansion, which family does not have a few secluded ancestors and young geniuses? There is another burly man, sitting next to one after another. He wears a golden crown on his head and a mask, hiding his face. Only a pair of black eyes are exposed on his face, like a dark well. 2 arms, from the wrist to the shoulder, are full of entanglements. A series of bracelets, each depicting the faces of men and women. The man and woman between the bracelet beads on both sides have either malicious or lingering eyes, or ferocious or tender faces. Every pair of crazy men and resentful women looking at each other across the sea has a dark red light that pulls each other, making the 2 towering resentments and lingering emotions linger around the masked man's body at the same time, and the little bits of light merge into the golden crown above his head. This person said sadly, "Fellow Lu Xia is indeed upright." Nan Guangzhou died suddenly, leaving a leaderless sect. He immediately rushed over to help with the funeral arrangements. The spiritual veil sent by Joshin Immortal Hall is really eye-catching. Being able to support orphans and righteous people, Nan Guangzhou is really accurate in judging people. Lu Su laughed endlessly, being righteous. You have to have a good appetite, right? It's not that the direct descendants are better than the direct descendants, it's not that the biological son is better than the biological son. The master of the Yunjia Pavilion first inherited the inheritance of such a large sect, and then helped to take care of the descendants, but it's not knowing when the two cases merge into one, we can prepare gifts and celebrate well. Yun Jia waved his hand to ignore the facts and directly changed the subject, quarreling with Tu. I heard that Si Tiantai was smashed by someone. The cold temple built in the wilderness was also targeted by Gao Xuandu. Already. Lu Su choked for words. Saying it didn't collapse doesn't seem to be something worth bragging about. There is a burly man who lives in a cold temple of obscenity, and he doesn't want to talk more about this household matter. Of course Yun Jia knew why these two were targeting him. It was because of Joshin Immortal Hall's actions on Fuyao continent, which blocked people's way of making money. Now among the Lu family members, the only ones who are his equal or one generation above him are the family heads Lu Xin, Lu Zai, and Lu Wei. Previously, Chen Pingan and two sword cultivators broke through all the restrictions, appeared in Si Tiantai, and came to provoke each other. The commotion was huge, and the paper could not contain the fire. The Lu family was famous for its internal discord, and it turned out very quickly. The news came out. Note, Chapter 1006, The War Begins. At that time, a group of powerful people from the Lu family who were responsible for entertaining guests came out of the Zhilan department. Among them, the young-looking head of the family, Lu Xin, was nicknamed Tianbian. He also controls the lineage of those who watch the sky. Next to him was an average-looking female cultivator, Lu Zai, whose nickname was Diju. Another legal lineage responsible for the more hidden identity of the Lu family is called Land Official by the monks on the mountain top. This group of descendants of the Lu family can travel between the Yang world and the underworld, walk in the underworld of Fengdu with Dharma certificates, connect with Yuming, and have a close relationship with all the major city god temples in the world. In Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent, where the war was brutal and people were devastated, although Lu Su was not from this lineage, he just wanted to accumulate external skills, so he took the initiative to ask for a job, and at the same time handed over a large amount of astronomical fairy money, which made Lu Zai nod. I can earn a fortune by resting on my merits. Leading the land officials of the Lu family who respected her as their ancestor, they went to the broken mountains and rivers of the two continents, extradited tens of millions of ghosts and spirits, passed through the gate of hell, walked on the road of hell, climbed the 3-foot slope, climbed Gubishan, and then went to the hanging the Naiha bridge composed of billions of coffins, meeting the Mengpea, who has millions of clones at the same time. This is the saying that you will not shed tears without seeing the coffin. After drinking a bowl of Mengpa soup, you will have with this life a farewell. There are more than 10 Dao lines within the Lu family, which is famous for its numerous hills, but the most important ones are the 3 lines. Except for Lu Xin from the clan lineage, the other 2 lineage talkers are Lu Zai and Lu Su, especially Lu Zai, who is the least able to deal with Lu Xin, who always opposes whatever Lu Xin says. Lu Su asked, has the true identity of the girl in the mink hat following Shanju Qin been confirmed? Fellow Taoist here, who knows? According to the rules here, it costs money to buy information from others. However, the specific price can be discussed privately. The girl in the mink hat called her a thief, which made Lu Su feel very vindictive. Just because Lu Xin issued a murderous decree of the head of the family, in the next 100 years, no one is allowed to deduce the yin and yang skills related to Chen Pingan without authorization. Once discovered, he will be expelled from the family. According to the family law, the monk's memory will be deleted, all branches of Lu's magic will be cut out, and then randomly thrown into the mountains of a continent, becoming a walking corpse that retains some true spirit. In fact, this sentence was meant for Lu Zai and Lu Su. Lu Shen was staring at the two of them. After they nodded, Lu Shen turned to other topics. Luo Shan smiled and said, "I know. Buy one, get one free." After Luo Shan revealed the identity of the girl in the mink hat from his heart, he also added a series of reminders. Fellow Daoist Lu should be careful when going out from now on. It is best not to show up alone outside. Bai Jing likes it best and is also the best at sneak attacks. She is a swordsman, and she is proficient in many methods. Bai Jing is not just as simple as grabbing the road number. Luo Shan intentionally or unintentionally looked at a chair where someone else was sitting. It was once the luxurious seat of the criminal officer. And the old ascending Nan Guangzhou, who was targeted by this ascending realm sword cultivator, was already dead. Lu Su had actually known about the realm of the girl in the mink hat for a long time. It was absolutely impossible for a fairy-level swordsman to kill Lu Shin's Yin Shin with his sword on the Lu family's territory. But when her identity became clear, an ascended realm swordsman, an old monster who had lived for more than 10,000 years, and the Taoist name, Bai Jing, made Lu Su feel empty. Luo Shan suddenly asked, "Last time when the young official visited the Lu family, you did your best to help him deduce the fortune of Fuyao Island?" Lu Su frowned. Is there such a thing? Could it be that Lu Shen had secretly reached some kind of tacit agreement with Qin Pin Gon to play the double act between himself and Lu Zai? For example, Qin Pin Gon privately promised Lu Shen to allow the latter to observe Taoism. Luo Shan had some calculations in his mind and said helplessly, "Yin Guan's mouth can really trick even water ghosts into landing." Yun Jie's expression was indifferent, and he said a few disgusting words lightly. Why should he care about it? In the past, the person Lu Su liked to be in tit-for-tat with was Tian Wan. One is the junior sister of Tan Tian Zhou, who monopolizes half of the Yin Yang family, and the other is the old patriarch who talks about earth and land. It would be strange not to have a few words of quarrel. It doesn't matter, as long as Taoist companion Wei Zi comes out of seclusion, Zhoushan Immortal Pavilion will shock the eyes of the world. With an Ascension Realm person in charge, Zhoushan Immortal Pavilion can truly become one of the first-class sections. Although Yun Jie is not a mountain god, his Taoist companion Wei Zi is qualified to light a stick of mountain incense and salute Tongyi's Hao from a distance. They once tried their best to secretly help Mr. Zhang Master Chen to fill the gap in the continent. Taoist couple Wei Zi, as a landlord, holds the smog-filled blessed land. The land is thousands of miles away. It seems to be full of ghosts, miasma, and ghosts living in groups. But if you look at it with the technique of looking at the qi, it turns out that there is a clear spirit and Tao qi in the world. Pei Ran's great rivers and mountains. In the center of the blessed land is a high platform with landscape restrictions, towering into the clouds. From here, the owner Wei Zi can inspect the dynamics of the entire smoky blessed land, peel off the turbid air, and get rid of evil spirits. After years of hard work and spending countless amounts of fairy money, the couple has built several orderly and majestic cities, in which ghosts and ghosts live, pavilions, and flowers. If a cultivator from the underworld with a low level of realm accidentally enters it, he will simply not be able to distinguish between life and death and the darkness. It is clearly a means of recreating the world of heaven. When the war came to an end, Yun Jie joined hands with his Taoist companions and secretly visited Jinjia Continent and Fuyao Continent several times to clean up the battlefield and clean up the mess. He used various secret methods to gather ghosts that had lost human sacrifices in the underworld and collected those ghosts that were about to lose their true spirits. The ferocious Yin spirits who turned into evil ghosts brought tens of thousands of lonely ghosts back to the sect again and again. During this period, He and his Taoist companions spent countless amounts of their spiritual energy, and more than 100 treasures collapsed on their own during the process. Giving thousands of ghosts a place to go is naturally of great merit. At that time, I was visiting the misty blessed land with the young hermit official, Qing Tong Tao, who has a long history and wider experience. It is speculated that in the blessed land, an expert built a bridge across the river connecting the underworld, and the female fairy Wei Zi, who is the owner of the blessed land, is the legendary Bang Bearer on the mountain. Yun Jia was very confident at the moment. The Taoist couple relied on the misty blessed land to accumulate merits, and their merits were perfected. The bottleneck of the immortal realm was loosened, and when it was about to be broken, Wei Zi had already started to retreat. As long as she successfully escapes from seclusion, she will be able to successfully overcome the tribulation and hope to rise to the top. But what really makes Yun Jia feel that this Taoist couple's retreat is bound to be a success is the external help of reciprocity of courtesy, which helps Wei Zi truly achieve the right time, place and people. Otherwise, who would dare to say, certainly, that any immortal will attain enlightenment? Surely it won't work. At that time, Mr. Zheng and the Ascension Realm's servant came quietly and left secretly. Wei Zi believed most of the identities of Master Chen and Mr. Zheng, but she still didn't dare to believe them all. However, Lu Qiqing from the Liulik Pavilion in Baidi City had hidden his whereabouts not long ago, visited the Jiuzhen Immortal Pavilion in person, and quietly brought a message to the Taoist couple. Pavilion Master Lu didn't even look at Pavilion Master Yunqi, but only looked at the ghost fairy Wei Zi, saying that it was Xing Dan, the swordsman who was about to become their Baidi city guard, and that she would help hand out a sword at the critical moment. Help Wei Zi take a step at the last moment and successfully overcome the disaster. Helping the ghost fairy Wei Zi achieve enlightenment and ascend, the sword fairy Xing Dan will also gain something, and each has its own benefits. Generally speaking, who dares to let an outsider dictate? The selection of a guardian is a top priority, and retreatants must be very cautious in this matter. The literary master at the foot of the mountain entrusted Si Wen. A person who practices Taoism is equivalent to entrusting his entire wealth and life. The guardian must be a high-level person who is also morally responsible, willing to take on tasks, and capable of taking on tasks. He must not let his guard down at critical moments. For example, he must be both willing and able to share in the natural calamity. According to the custom of guarding the barrier for others, as long as the monk successfully escapes from the barrier, no matter what happens or whether he protects the barrier or not, he can get a big red envelope, which is regarded as a good fortune. In history, there are many people who thought it was just a formality and just get a red envelope. Unexpectedly, an accident happened in the middle of the retreat. When the disaster was approaching, the guardian saw that the opportunity was not good and retreated. He just sent out a piece of white jade Ganoderma lucidum, and the Taoist monk Wei Zi lit a stick of mountain incense according to his heart. Mr. Zheng wants to return an ascendant from Jiuzhen Immortal Hall. In this kind of business, the more the merrier. Since you have already helped Taoist companion Wei Zi, how about Mr. Zheng, help yourself? It might as well be to give some guidance, to clear the clouds and reveal the sun, to give you a few words of truth, or to give you a direct path to the bottleneck of the immortal realm. At that time, the immortal pavilion master looked pitifully at the Lu pavilion master. Lu Qiqing looked at this strange-looking immortal with a blank expression. One of them didn't dare to push the envelope too far, and said more than a few words. It was just about the future of the road, and he didn't want to let go of a slim hope. A person like falling into the clouds. What is going on, you can tell me. Yunqi's master had some prophecy-like last words before his death, which roughly meant that the orthodoxy of Jiuzhen Immortal Hall would be carried forward in the hands of Yunqi's generation. It was not directed at Yunqi himself, but with the addition of the 3 words, this generation, which made Yunqi both reassured and worried. Don't worry, because the sect's incense is destined to be better than before. The person who is worried is naturally the one who lit the incense, not Yunqiao himself. When his Taoist companion Wei Zi lit a stick of incense in the blessed place, Yun Jie knew that his master had already reached this stage. Someone curiously asked, Lu Wei from the clan lineage, he is known as the most proficient in divination and earth mirror within the Lu family. It's just that he failed to achieve enlightenment and ascended. Why did he almost die? If it weren't for a strange person with unique knowledge, Lu Wei would not have been able to represent the Lu family in China and enter the Lizhu cave heaven. After surviving the transformation of the cave sky into a blessed land, which was called a tribulation between heaven and earth, on the mountain, it stands to reason that Lu Wei, who has long been famous in the Middle-earth divine continent, will definitely attain enlightenment and ascend. It will not be reduced to the point of running to the family ancestral hall to light up lamps. The saying, hanging on the mountain, has actually been around for less than 200 years. It is said to be the first creation of a certain fool, which means that the body has died and the spirit has disappeared, and it has become a hanging image on the wall. Lu Su said angrily, someone interfered with it, and the sword cut off the road ahead. Tian Wan asked knowingly and smiled, I wonder who that person is. Lu Su was not used to this woman, so he sneered, it's your father, are you satisfied? Tian Wan curled her lips, she couldn't have a bitch-slinging fight with this old guy. A middle-aged man wearing a cotton robe and carrying a sword. Note, Chapter 447, What a coincidence, I am also a swordsman. Chapter 986, The warrior meets my bamboo tower. It was the credit card holder, Mr. Zhang. Sitting next to him was a dashing woman, who turned to look at her. Qin Buyu smiled bitterly and said, is it you? Mr. Zhang smiled and said, it's me. Qin Bai was in a complicated mood. Who could have imagined that the person sitting next to him, whom he had speculated about for many years but had no clues about, would actually have traveled together across continents for a long time, from Aquarius continent to Tongya continent. Mr. Zhang laughed at himself, perhaps I am still a ghost. Qin Bai didn't know how to answer the question for a while. In the past, there were a total of 20 chairs, and Qin Bai marked them all with numbers. For some people, there is no need to guess their identity or their background. Participating in discussions more often, relying on the content of these people's words and the style of doing things, is actually equivalent to self-reporting one's identity. For example, Han Yushu, the leader of the Wanyao sect from Sanshan Blessed Land, opened his mouth to discuss matters, and the topics focused on Tongya continent, and he never mentioned the affairs of other continents. As for Lu Miao and Lu Zhou, Beiju, he is a special case. Every time a stranger appears here, he is afraid that others will not know that he is the head of the Qianglin sect. For some members of the council, they have to follow one or two clues and search for pictures, and they can guess their identities, but at most they cannot be absolutely certain. For example, Qin Bai had previously guessed that Luo Shan was from Daoxian Mountain or the Sword Qi Great Wall. The remaining group are hidden very deeply, each one more slippery than the other. Their current identities and backgrounds, as well as their earliest roots, are all watertight. Mr. Zhang is among them. Qin Bai hesitated for a moment, and then asked in his heart, the attack and killing in Chongyang Temple of Yushuan Kingdom, could it be Mr. Zhang's method? If this is the case, it will be very troublesome and turn the already refreshing situation into a mess. She just invited Chen Pingan to take up an important position after she was acquitted, but she sat next to the person who assassinated her. What's going on? Qin Buji didn't dare to say that he was an upright person, but he couldn't do double dealing. Mr. Zhang reached out and patted the scabbard lightly and said with a smile, although I am a sneaky person who walks in the shadow of others all the year round, I also pay attention to the fairness of my business and I really don't want to tarnish the word swordsman. Fellow Daoist Qin, just don't worry, then this conspiracy has nothing to do with me. Qin Buyu breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Bai suddenly had an idea and continued to ask. Mr. Zheng mentioned 2 martial arts masters earlier and said that he did not dare to do business with one of them, Cui Qing, because he was worried about being settled by the embroidered tiger, and the other Zhang Tiao. Where's Xia? Zhang Tiaoxia, who was the first person in Haoran martial arts before Pei Bei, suddenly turned to Taoism, with the Taoist name Long Bo. It seems that from then on he regarded himself as a Qi practitioner and gave up his identity as a pure martial artist. There are different opinions on why this is so. Although I dare not directly say that Zhang Tiaoxia is greedy for life and afraid of death, this is indeed the most reasonable explanation that most Qi practitioners can think of. As for how Zhang Tiaoxia was able to turn to Taoism halfway and still retain the realm of martial arts, it is another huge mystery. If it weren't for Zhang Tiaoxia's strength, the Ascension Realm monks would not dare to provoke her easily. I believe there would be many great monks willing to explore the truth of this matter. Mr. Zheng smiled and did not answer the question. Neither admit nor deny. Qin Bai asked a rather taboo question. How dare I ask Mr. Zheng how old he is? Unexpectedly, Mr. Zheng replied truthfully, the road is hopeless, and I have wasted 4,000 years. There was a lot of sadness in the words. There seems to be only one level difference between Ascension and Hedao, but how insurmountable is this chasm? If you are not in the Ascension stage, you may never be able to empathize with it. Qin Bai was slightly surprised. As a ghost and fairy like her, whenever she leaves the dojo, she must be cautious, especially not to be too contaminated by the rolling world of mortals. For example, she has never been able to ascend. To a large extent, it is because she is too deeply involved in the world. But if she were to concentrate on cultivating Taoism, ignore worldly affairs, and pursue ascension, then she would not be Qin Buji. Qin Buyu asked, Mr. Zheng is in the Ascension realm. Mr. Zheng smiled and said, fellow Daoist Qin has many questions today. Qin Bai and the most proud man in the world were from the same country at the same time. Bai also wrote poems for it. And she is also a distinguished guest of the Bamboo Sea Cave Heaven, one of the very few who can come and go freely, but Qin Bai did not attend the Qingshan Mountain Banquet. She once taught pure Qing martial arts. Qin Buyu laughed dumbly and apologized, Mr. Zheng, I'm sorry, I'm just too curious. Mr. Zheng is worthy of being a knife dealer and likes to reciprocate with courtesy. In turn, he asked Qin Bai, in the assassination in Chongyang Temple, do you know who was responsible for the assassination? What is the general method? Qin Busuo said helplessly, the person who was attacked was Shanju Qin. The incident happened suddenly and he was caught off guard. It was a Taoist ghost who used the body of a junior sister as a crossing to kill people. Thanks to Shanju Qin, he was cautious. It's not serious. Mr. Zheng nodded and said, most likely, I want to use external skills to perfectly perform the actions of Hedao. Although this is not a superior joint road, it is at least a thoroughfare. This is the limitation of ghosts. In a sense, Qi practitioners cultivating immortality is an act of defying nature. Ghosts are even worse. Therefore, the higher their realm, the narrower the path they can take. A few years ago, he accepted an unnamed disciple, a young monk from Shihao Kingdom in Aquarius Continent, who called himself Yuranj Jianming. It was under the instruction of Mr. Zheng that Jianming returned the stolen magic sword Mingquan to the Quan Yao family. The young man thought this was like taking off his pants to fart, and was puzzled as to what the purpose was. Mr. Zheng said that between theft and return, it belongs to the interest between heaven and earth, and there is great knowledge in it. The people who lend knives the most to do business with are pure martial artists. After all, those who learn martial arts have a limited lifespan. The longevity of a martial artist is as long as Pei Bei, the female marshal of the Daduan dynasty, but it is difficult to compare with the immortality of a middle 5-level Qi practitioner. But as long as the martial arts achievement is high enough, the person who borrows the sword can make a huge profit. There is no need to put a long line to catch big fish. For example, Han Guanghu, the #1 martial artist in Jinjiazu and a man who had dominated the world for hundreds of years, served as the national advisor of the Daquan dynasty for a period of 30 years. It is also the handiwork of Mr. Zhang. It was clear that they had bet on the Yao Empress that she would not return the national surname to the Lu royal family. If it hadn't been for the emergence of Master Lin from Ruzhou in Qingming world, Pei Bei would have been a well-deserved #1 in martial arts in the world. Chao Ci is still a bit young after all. A pure martial artist, a 20-year-old young man, wants to defeat a 200-year-old old monster. It is recognized that it is much more difficult than a 20-year-old Qi practitioner defeating a 2,000-year-old Taoist. In the past, Haoran and Qingming Tianxia had very little contact with each other. Even if some great monks dropped in and returned to their respective worlds, they did not like to talk about other family affairs. There is only one exception. Not only does he run hard, he also talks a lot. Of course, it is our headmaster Lu. It was this Baiyu Jingsan headmaster who praised Pei Bei whenever he had the opportunity, saying that the #1 martial artist in the world was finally a heroic woman. What a joy to hear! Then he ran to Yashan and took the initiative to apologize to Master Lin. Naturally, Lin Jiangxian would not care about such a false reputation, but he would not give Master Lu the opportunity to sit down on the mountain and punish himself with 3 cups. Lu Su asked in his heart, "Lu Miao, do you have a piece of someone's natal porcelain hidden there?" Sect leader Lu, who was questioned, actually did not need to answer. The rule here is that every piece of news must be self-aware of the entire truth. Lies are absolutely not allowed, and partial truths are not even allowed to mislead any member of the discussion. When Lu Miao answered, he would habitually stand up and say respectfully, "Yes. It was just once, because I had someone take the colorful world and handed it over to a Taoist sect." Lu Su asked, "When did you hand it over?" Lu Miao replied, "When I learned that he became the last hidden official." Lu Su sneered, "It's really hot." Lu Su smiled and asked, "Didn't that embroidered tiger ask you for this thing?" The Qianglin sect is the largest buyer of the natal porcelain in Lizhu Cave Heaven, but as the seller of the Great Li dynasty, the master of the matter is Cui Han, the master of the country. Logically speaking, Cui Chan, who broke away from the literary sage lineage, is still half of Qin Pingan's senior brother. There is no reason to deliberately make things difficult for Qin Pingan on this matter. Lu Miao shook his head and said, "Xiuhu has never asked our Qianglin sect for this piece of porcelain from the beginning to the end." Lu Su continued to ask, "Based on the piece of porcelain in your hand, what kind of artifact can you guess that the complete natal porcelain is?" Lu Miao hesitated for a moment, then replied, "It's probably a paperweight." Lu Su asked, "A paperweight used to press books? What is its specific shape?" Lu Miao smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to deduce." Lu Su couldn't find any more useful information, so he didn't mention the price of buying and selling information. "A few words with you, sect leader Lu, who is known as the invincible master of Jade Pu realm, will already be a huge favor for you." My Lu's face is no more valuable than a few Gyu coins. Lu Su didn't take the initiative to mention it, and Lu Miao, who was like a soft persimmon after autumn, didn't ask. In the past, Qianglin Zong Lu Miao, who seemed to be at the bottom, and Wanyao Zong Han Yushu, the penultimate person opposite, who was born in Sanshan blessed land, were like a pair of gatekeepers. It's just that unlike Lu Miao, Han Yushu is an immortal with profound knowledge. His position is lower. Of course, it's not because he is not mature enough, but because he came here late and has little qualifications. In addition, the mountain has been closed for too long, and the sect's genealogy monks rarely go out to travel in Hauran. Information about Tonggishao is blocked, and Han Yushu has very little useful information, so it is difficult to cooperate with others and exchange benefits. Now Lu Su found the strangest thing to be that Wei Shi was always standing and refused to sit down, and the seat happened to be very close to Lu Miao. Listening to Wei Shi's character Zhang Fu, and then taking in all the inner thoughts and words in his ears, the old Taoist priest held the pocket flag in his arms, stretched out his hand to touch the handle of the chair, and sighed, "In just a few hundred years, the vastness, wilderness, and youth have changed. So many things have happened in the world of Ming Sanzhua, and so many new people have emerged." Although the Taoist priest has an old face, his hands are as crystal clear as jade. He was once a serious Taoist official in Qingming Tianxia, but this time he came across the world, but he was not from Qingming Tianxia, which was in chaos, but from the Western Buddhist kingdom. Perhaps the old Taoist priest felt that they were all cautious in their words and did not dare to call those monks in the 14th realm by their names, which was too uncomfortable, so the old Taoist priest offered a natal magic weapon, which was a painting with 5 stars and 28 gods. The long scroll of the picture stretched out instantly, connected end to end, like a ring, just enough to surround the entire ancestral hole. The old Taoist priest took out a longevity lantern from his sleeve, which was no higher than his arm. He threw it into the open space and inserted it into the ground. It did not cause any strange phenomena. After that, he closed his eyes and rested. Wei Shi smiled and said, "You don't have to be too reserved when you speak next." Knowing that they were all curious about the identity of this old Taoist priest, Wei Shi did not help to resolve their doubts. There have been 3 major catastrophes in the history of Qingming world. He transformed into evil spirits from outside and sneaked into the human world secretly. He actually directly transformed the mountains and rivers of a state, and eventually caused the state to sink. It was a calamity. Song Maolu, a disciple of Xuandu Temple in Qizhou, led millions of rice thieves, and their momentum was so huge that it almost shook the foundation of Baiyujing, and another disaster occurred. In addition, there was another calamity that swept across several states and territories, affecting more than 100 countries and causing countless casualties. All the tragic descriptions of wars in the history books of later generations have appeared in several states. The old Taoist priest was the instigator of this catastrophe. In total, there are 3 kalpas for heaven, earth, and people, originating from heaven, mountains, and the human world. The Taoist ancestor once said that man follows the earth follows the sky, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. However, he claimed that nature follows Tao, Tao follows heaven, heaven follows earth, and earth follows man. It is clear that he wants to do the opposite of Daozu. If he was just a scholar who talked quietly, or just a fanatic who liked to be unconventional, that would be fine. But the problem is that this Taoist priest of Qingming, who goes by the pseudonym Zhangjiao, once won a debate among the 3 religions with his true ability. This person's ambition in life is to teach according to directions and become a teacher through hardships. Since Taoism was not good enough in Qingming's world, the Taoist priest went to the Buddhist kingdom of the West. Except for the 2 main chairs, everything else that should come and can come is in place. The 3 positions that are still vacant at this moment are destined not to come. In addition to Sun Yuan and Han Yushu of Tongya continent, there is also Wanyan Lao Jing, who was once the number 1 person in Jinjia continent, who had colluded with the demon clan and chose to betray Hauran. One of the heroes who stopped Wanyan Lao Jing, who is also present today, is Jin Jiazhou sword cultivator Su Xia. If he and Han Guanghu hadn't taken action together back then, the situation on the Jinjiazu battlefield would have only become more corrupt. This is a sword cultivator in the immortal realm who is less than 200 years old. He is known as the Sword Immortal Su Jun in the mountains. Before that, Su Xia was unknown in his hometown of Jinjiazu, let alone being famous in the world. Su Xia sat upright with his sword across his knees, eyes closed and silent. He is now a guest of the Liu family in Aizu. He is driving Shandu in Yuzhou, south of Tonggishou, and is responsible for picking up Liu's cross-continent ferry. Su Xia had a good impression of Luopa Mountain and had attended the opening ceremony of the Qingping sword sect. He especially admired Pei Qian, who had once punched and killed monsters in his hometown. The last time I saw Pei Qian, this arrogant swordsman gave a modest explanation, saying that he had some connections on Jinjiazu Mountain, and asked Pei Qian to report to him when he visited Jinjiazu next time, when it was not appropriate to reveal his identity. Name: Su Xia entered this place and occupied a place 100 years ago. At that time, he had just entered the upper 5 realms. I once met an inexplicable middle-aged man. He looked unattractive and could not tell the depth of his moral character. The man only said that he was looking for a suitable person to conquer and act as a restrainer. Su Xia rejected the other party's deal, even if the other party pointed out a way for him to ascend. The other party did not force others to do anything difficult, but settled for the next best thing and introduced Su Xia here, saying that he could come here to gain experience and see the world from a different perspective. Su Xia and that man traveled together for several years. The latter was silent for a long time, rarely spoke, and occasionally asked questions, which were all big questions. Su Xia didn't think that he, a sword cultivator, could answer those questions at all. He even felt that there was no definite answer to those questions. There was once a question and answer, and the person asked first, in the world, the reason why beauty is beautiful is because of the ugliness. The reason why good is because of the existence of evil. Su Xia, do you agree with this truth? Su Xia felt that this truth was quite superficial, so he replied, of course I agree. If the sun cannot be born, the yin cannot grow. Then what kind of world do you think is a good world? The man asked the question and quickly added, you can completely ignore whether it can be achieved and just talk about some ideal state in your mind. Su Xia said tentatively, the world is peaceful, the government is harmonious, the mountains are pure, and everyone practices their own cultivation. Immortals and mortals live in harmony, yin and yang operate in an orderly manner, and there is no competition between humans, gods, ghosts, and immortals. All living beings perform their duties, and everything has its own place. Hearing this answer, the man smiled and asked, can I understand it this way? In other words, there are no bad people in the world, they are all good people. Su Xia hesitated. How to define this, good or bad? Who gets to define it? As if he had guessed Su Xia's thoughts, the man smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you to define it. Assuming you can decide it with one word, and assuming there are 100 people in the world, then I have 2 more questions. They are all good people in your mind. In the minds of those 100 people, are there really no bad people among the 99 people around you? This is the first question. The second question is what you are thinking in your heart at this moment, leaving how many bad guys? 1 or 2? Can these 2 people really survive in this good world? If there are 10, a dozen, 20 or 30, how can you ensure that their number will be good? Isn't it going to be more and more? Let's just go back to the guest. Or is it less and less, returning to 10, 2, 1, and finally 0, returning to the situation of the first question? Su Xia was immediately stunned. The man thought about himself and said, the Taoist ancestor said that everything in the world is born from existence, and everything is born from nothingness. Then I have another question. I want to ask about the cycle of the Tao, which is endless. Since nothing is born and everything is born, then all things will be what is born. Is it a nothing? What is the state of nothingness? By then, will we human beings have a place? Faced with this trend, what should the prophets of Chenzhong Shuai and Wanya, who were the first to notice this trend, do? When it comes to one's own situation, is man determined to conquer heaven, or do his best to obey the destiny of heaven, or is it, as the Taoist ancestor said, the opposite of the movement of Tao, and the weak use of Tao? Su Xia wanted to reply to him, I am a pure swordsman, what should I do if I don't have all these things? The man said, if I assume that Su Xia is the first pure swordsman in the 15th realm in the world, and there is no second 15th realm in the world, the direction of heaven and earth, the ups and downs of the world, the life and death of all living beings, and even how they are human beings, how as a human being, everything runs according to your wishes, so do you, Su Xia, still think these questions are meaningless? Su Xia could only be speechless. Pursue no mistakes and want perfection. The man said to himself, 1,000 people have the same face. Infinite face, all are average. I think it is a potential danger. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. There are people who disagree with me on the road. It's different, they say I'm unfounded, I always think the sky will fall either today or tomorrow. For example, the master of Bixiao Cave in Donghaiguan Taoist Temple. Su Xia, a swordsman in the Ascension realm, doesn't need to consider these things. Su Xia, a master in the 14th realm, can't avoid these things. When Su Xia heard this, he asked, can I reach the Ascension realm, or even the 14th realm? The man smiled and said, no. Su Xia laughed angrily on the spot. He was just teasing me. That's okay. If it's not Su Xia, there will always be someone else. The man looked up at the sky and said, always prepare for a rainy day. It was not long ago that Su Xia began to understand part of the meaning of the phrase, preparing for a rainy day. Today, Su Xia was almost silent, and there was an old man with a gloomy look. He called a monk in the new 14th realm by his name, Wei Shi. I have already met Qin Pingan. Wei Shi seemed to be used to it and asked with a smile, when and where? The old man said, it's at the Yulong sect's ascension platform. Wei Shi nodded. It turns out that the old man is Tian Su, the Yuanying realm worshipper who covets the beauty of Yunju. With his superb acting skills, he deceived Nayland Saiwan, who is cautious by nature. But he was still fished ashore by an outsider. The founder of the Yulong sect, whose pseudonym was Tian Su, couldn't help but remind him, there is such a big commotion in Chuanjiao Mountain, and now it is occupied by Gu Kan. With Chen Pingan's character, he will definitely dig deep and dig deep. You must be careful to leave clues to the secrets here. The one who stays in Chuanjiao Mountain to practice Taoism is, after all, just your ghost. He and Dalong Qiu and Song Hong are both veteran members here. Although their seniority and qualifications are not as good as those of Wei Shi, they still know more inside information than several old faces including Lu Su. Wei Shi smiled and said, it's nothing. I took the initiative to go to Luola Mountain not long ago, but I didn't go up the mountain. I sat at the foot of the mountain for a while and didn't see Master Qin who was in retreat. I didn't see Qin Pingan, but I drank tea at the same table with a Taoist priest who was blind but not blind, and had a pleasant conversation. Tian Su had a strange look on his face. After holding it in for a long time, he said angrily, you are a very brave person. Previously, there was a thin old man carrying a piano bag. He was alone and visited Luolu Mountain. We got along well with Jiao Lao Shinxian, who was responsible for entertaining guests, so he announced his identity. He came from Chuanjiao Mountain, his road name was Kongshan, and his study was named Cocoon House. He also said that when he first went up the mountain to practice Taoism, he was young and frivolous, and looked down upon all the cheap practitioners in the world, leaving Sanshan alone. Of course Taoist Jia Xing didn't know what leaving only 3 mountains alone meant. However, the mountain owner Qin Pingan knew everything clearly. Just because Mr. Sanshan Joho once had the kindness to step aside and give way to Wei Shi and Aizu. Therefore, Wei Shi was very sincere in this trip to Aquarius continent. It was like telling Qin Pingon clearly that the old owner of Chuanjiao Mountain in Fuyao continent was Wei Shi from AI continent. However, the reason why Wei Shi was willing to appear in Luolu Mountain had more to do with Wu Shuangjiang. Wei Shi asked, Lu Zhou, now that your identity has been revealed, where do you plan to stay next? Tian Su glanced at Lu Miao who was near Wei Shi, then looked at the empty chair, and sneered, I don't have your means, nor Sun Yuan's courage. Just wander around, step on the watermelon rind, and slide wherever you want. Where is it? The sky once rained millet. In the Yulong sect that he founded, he had to change his name to Tian Su. No matter what, he still escaped the sword disaster and got what he wanted, becoming an immortal and ascending to the throne. Whether Lu Zhou, Song Hong, or Mr. Xing, these old people who have gone through many tribulations on the road of spiritual practice always have various ways to seek immortality and achieve immortality. Lu Zhou turned to look at an empty seat and sighed for no reason. If Sun Yuan has your qualifications to practice Taoism. Wei Shi shook his head and smiled. If he had my monastic qualifications, he wouldn't be so smart, because there is no need. Lu Zhou said, such words really deserve a beating. Wei Shi smiled and said, there used to be many people who felt this way. Sun Yuan and Wanyan Laojing were Taoists of about the same generation. When the latter first came here, he was submissive and a bit cowardly. As his level gradually increased, his character changed. On the other hand, Sun Yuan was high-spirited and a very proud man at first. As his realm got higher, he restrained his sharpness and finally became a man with almost no edges. Just like one becomes younger as one lives, and one becomes more pessimistic as one gets older. The old Taoist priest opened his eyes and introduced himself. My poor Taoist name is Zhang Jiao, and my Taoist name is Huang Tian. I am lucky enough to be in the 14th realm. My past experience is not worth mentioning. I am just a lost dog. Perhaps except for Wei Shi, who has been practicing Taoism for more than 100 years, and Tian Wan, who is well informed, none of the dozen or so people here know the true origin of this old Taoist priest. Tian Wan knew his senior brother Zhou Zi and highly respected him. To say that this Taoist priest's skills are at least at the level of a different realm. In the three-religion debate held every century, the number of times Confucian Temple and Bai Yujing won together was less than half that of Western Buddhist countries. Therefore, future generations of scholars will inevitably wonder why there are so many abbots in Buddhist temples and so few in Taoist temples. The only person in history who has won 2 debates in a row is Wen Xing. Note, in chapter 961, young people are in a hurry, but before the debate between the 3 religions, Qingming Tianxia and the Western Buddhist kingdom actually began to debate. However, Qingming Tianxia lost miserably, especially in one of the debates. Bai Yujing and the 7 great Tao lineages of the world at that time sent a total of 17 Taoist officials, and lost all 17 debates. These 17 Taoist priests had to take off their Taoist temples, remove their Taoist robes, and shave their heads to become monks. They became the later 17 monks of Wu. Note, Chapter 734, Staying at Furong Mountain during the snow. Later, Confucian scholars from the Confucian Temple joined the debate, and it turned into a dispute between the 3 religions. Zhang Jiao came out of nowhere, and although it was very difficult to win, it was at least a win for Qingming Tianxia. Later, Lu Chen won beautifully and easily. Just because of Lu Chen's appearance, the debate among the 3 religions had to establish a new rule, which began to restrict the identity and realm of those participating in the debate. For this reason, Lu Chen went to Lotus Cave Heaven to complain to his master, saying that this rule was too personal to him, and he begged his master to help him. As a result, Daozu came and said that this rule was made by him. So last time the old scholar was at the village school where he was a student, he happened to meet the headmaster Lu, who was wandering around all day long. Over the wine table, he had a heart-to-heart talk with the latter, saying that he should have been given the unprecedented honor of being a villager. Headmaster Lu kept talking about it, but he didn't dare. The old scholar's eyes were sincere and he said, "If you dare, here." Later, perhaps because he was having fun, an old scholar asked Master Lu to have a quarrel and practice his skills. If it doesn't work out, you can admit defeat and lose half of it. Each member of the council has his own territory. Except for the Middle-earth divine continent, generally speaking, there are at most 2 people per continent. For example, Beijiu Luzhou and Dongbeipingsao have only Lu Miao and Tianwan respectively. When everyone showed their true identities, there were still a few with unfamiliar faces. For example, as the ostensible host of this ancestral hall, the identity of the immortal from Dalongqiu, who is responsible for burning incense and discussing matters with the abbot every time, makes people confused. Xiao Longqiu, who was the master of Lin Huizhi, the master of the mountain, once played a game of chess with Han Yushu of Wanyao clan under the ancient pine on the top of the mountain. Later generations of monks were never able to break the game by placing stones on the chessboard. This is a famous interesting thing on the mountain in Tonggishao. Until the young Yingguan who visited Xiao Longqiu made a move and replaced the old with the new, it was finally a foregone conclusion. You are indeed good at chess, worthy of junior brother Xiuhu. Song Hong, aren't you afraid of being followed? It is said that the hidden official is very suspicious. We must not be blamed. Even if we don't come up to the mountain, just complaining to the Confucian temple, is it enough for us to eat a pot? We are not traitors and traitors who seek to usurp the throne. Even if our identities are revealed, let alone rebels and traitors, we are heroes, right? Song Hong finally said, with Sita Mengjing here, it is unlikely that he will suspect our Dalongqiu. To say the least, even if he has a guess, without any evidence, what can he do to me? Tianwan said coldly, unless someone comes to cooperate with Qin Pingan. Luo Shan bent his fingers and rubbed his bright red nails. Without looking at Tianwan, he made a sarcastic remark, "Don't let the thief shout to catch the thief." Tianwan's face suddenly turned as cold as ice. Song Hong smiled and said, "Besides, what if there is evidence? Can it prove anything?" Lu Su patted the handle of the chair and laughed heartily, "That's right. By chance, the thing that suddenly became famous has stretched its hand long enough. Aquarius continent, Sword Chi Great Wall, and now Tongya and Zhozhou, those who govern heaven and earth are either doing everything they can to support themselves in the mountains, or they are asking for credit wherever they go. Who do you think you are?" Luo Shan smiled and said, "Why don't you say that sure was hero made Juzi famous?" Lu Su snorted coldly. "A reckless man who is not a sword cultivator has ordinary knowledge. The great dragon Qiu of the Middle Earth has been popular for 3,000 years since the founding of the mountain by the founder. Dalongqiu Yunqiu Mansion is the location of the mountain monastery of Longbeard immortal Lord Sita Mengjing. On the surface, there are 2 immortals in one Yupu realm, but Shangzong, Xiaoshan, and Xiao Longqiu have not seen a new Yupu realm in more than 200 years. The only one in the Jade Pu realm, the Dalongqiu Zhanglu Patriarch with the Taoist name Xuanzhong, is the junior disciple of the sect leader and Sita Mengjing. At the same time, almost all nascent souls are people who have little hope of reaching the upper 5 realms in this life, and they are trapped in a situation of no success. In fact, there is no need to worry about this. Song Hong, who has been presiding over discussions for many years, is already an immortal. In Dalongqiu, Song Hong was in the Jindan realm, and his reputation was not outstanding. To be precise, Song Hong has been the golden elixir immortal for 7 or 8 times in Dalonkyu. He has been reincarnated again and again, changed his identity again and again, and returned to Dalonkyu to continue practicing Taoism. In fact, Dalongqiu also has a secret identity, that is, he belongs to the Fulong faction. In the Taiping Mountains, the reason why Han Yushu took the opportunity to persuade Chen Pingan to join them was that Han Yushu had communicated with the great dragon Qiu immortal earlier. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Yushu had a role in the invitation, and Song Hong and Dalongqiu also had more room to use their methods, and successfully approached the real Dragon King Zhu. Wei Shi helped to smooth things over, changed the topic, and said with a smile, I haven't seen my little friend Longbeard for many years. Situ Mengjing, who has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, has excellent popularity in the mountains. Wei Shi and Wei Shi are friends who have met each other year after year. After all, even when the old temple master and Chen Pingan mentioned Situ Mengjing, they said that Longbeard Kid was a good person. Wei Shi glanced at the 2 of them, and they both nodded, indicating that it didn't matter. Wei Shi then began to introduce the true identities of the 2 of them, Lu Zhou, the founder of Yulong sect. Song Hong, the first-generation master of Dalonkyu Mountain. The obscene deity in Fuyao Island is not well known and has few followers, but he is actually a man of great powers. He calls himself the Red-Pink Taoist Master. He laughed loudly and said, as expected, those who can secure a position here are not unknown people. Yun Gao is very worried and wants to tell these people that the young hidden official you are wary of and try to win over but dare not act rashly is actually Mr. Jing from Baidi City, Jingzhuzhong. But Yun Jia didn't dare to tell this big secret. All forces are now quietly collecting gold and copper coins, and the price has skyrocketed. Everyone here, who has extra money. I heard that the cave master of Shu is determined to win the Changyu cave. Even the thorns are gone. Just because Xingdan, a female ghost with a lineage of Yu women swordsmanship, appeared and disturbed him. Does this count? 2 dogs fight, play off. Shu Nanyuan laughed and said, temporary gains and losses are nothing. Then Gao Yi will always be short of money and encounter difficulties. Lu Su joked that after Yun Jia had passed, he finished the business with Lu Miao, who had the breeze in his sleeves, and then he started to look at the ant with the red string on her wrist. She was Tianwan in the Jade Pu realm. Her position could be close to Song Hong, of course. Because I have a good senior brother. Lu Su clicked his tongue and said, You and Bai Shang have been planning for thousands of years together, but they fell short of success and made one wrong step at a time. He just missed the opportunity to attack the 14th realm. It's pitiful, it's really pitiful. All the efforts were made in vain. Tianwan sneered and said, a pure sword cultivator in the Ascension realm will not be a hero in any world. What's going on with Bai Shang? Why don't you just kill He Xiaoliang? She came to his door, obviously to destroy his seclusion. This is a life and death hatred in the mountains, whether it's public or private. Bai Shang can hurt. How can you bear to kill someone? If I remember correctly, Chao Rong was not in the Ascension realm at that time. Even with the help of Tianjun Xieshi and Gu Qingsong, could he really stop Bai Chang from leaving the seclusion and handing over the sword? Tianwan could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Just because that Chunyang Luyan was involved. Someone looked at Luo Shan and asked, Can you tell me a little bit about the new throne in the wild world? Luo Shan suddenly looked awkward. Just because of the previous barbaric mountain discussion held by Mr. Baizé, someone actually saw through this layer of her identity. Instead of asking her to accuse her, she asked her if she could recommend him. Zhou Qingao even personally promised that he could take the initiative to leak some information about the wild military accounts, and use his military exploits equivalent to the mountains and rivers of Hauran's half-continent territory in exchange for this secret identity. And he promises that there will never be any. Since Chen Yingguan was not willing to see me, I took the initiative to see him. This former leader of the Jiaxin account, and later a close disciple of Wenhai Zhoumi, was simply Chen Pingan's #1 supporter. Regarding this matter, it is already a well-known fact on the top of the 2 mountains in the world. Why he was so mad is a mystery. The old Taoist priest suddenly said, "Fellow Taoists, you should pay more attention to the recent changes in martial arts. Don't always pretend to be gods on the mountain, and strive to select more people from each sect who have the qualifications to learn martial arts, especially those who have certain hope to gather together within 100 years. I dare not say how much profit there will be for a child who is blessed with martial arts, but at least it is a business that is guaranteed to make a profit, regardless of drought or flood." Regarding this matter, some people were immediately interested, or their minds suddenly changed, and they began to consider cultivating puppets, or they had already made plans and finalized a partner. There are also people who, after weighing the pros and cons, don't take it seriously. Wei Shi also gave a suggestion. In addition, fellow Taoists can pay attention to those small and medium-sized sects with more military monks. If possible, you can buy a few. The so-called getting started, of course, means using various means to occupy the magpie's nest, or using secret techniques to become the head of a certain immortal sect in one fell swoop, or secretly supporting such a sect. As the only in this place, the man was not interested in any of these things. In his opinion, in a declining world, people believe in ghosts, and fools seek immortality by cultivating Taoism. The old Taoist priest glanced at this obscene who deliberately did not seek canonization and smiled. This guy had a big plan. Sensing the sight of the old Taoist priest, he immediately stopped his thoughts. Previously, Tonggishao Mountain selected 10 people in the history of martial arts in the continent. Note, Chapter 895, Have fun tonight. There are only 1 male and 1 female grandmaster alive, Wu Shu, who ranks 4th, and Yi Yunyun, who ranks 6th. Although now in the Hauran 8 continents, it seems that anyone who is a chi practitioner looks down on Tonggishao. However, it is indeed relatively new to select the top 10 historical martial arts masters for the hometown of a continent, so this move quickly became popular in all continents. Except for the Middle-earth Divine Continent and Aquarius Continent, the other 7 continents began to check their own old almanacs inscribed with martial arts. Sales of landscape newspapers from various continents and sects have skyrocketed. With rankings, there will definitely be quarrels, and if there are objections, Shanshui Di Bao will be accompanied by some expert explanations and insights, which will also promote the sales of each Di Bao. It's just that the Immortal Master's comments are indeed difficult to convince the public. A layman can watch the excitement, but an expert is qualified to tell the truth. No matter how high the level of a Taoist cultivator is, the level of a pure martial artist will always seem to be different from one another. In fact, the most effective way to convince the public is to be judged by a master of the mountain-top realm, preferably a martial artist at the end of the realm. It's just that if they were all mountain masters, especially a martial artist at the end of the mountain, who would be willing to get involved in this kind of thing? A rich man like the Liu family of Ai Aizhou would not be able to invite Pei Axiang of Leigong Temple to come out and express his personal opinions. For example, in Jinjiazu, who dares to ask Han Wanzhan for advice? Does he want to be punched when he is full? But there is really a master who is willing to speak up and express his opinions publicly through the Shanshui Di newspaper of Shizi Peak. He is Wang Fusu of Luzhou, Beijiu. It explains in detail the 8 masters of the end of the world who are no longer alive, the strengths and weaknesses of their respective martial arts, and the pros and cons of boxing techniques. These are of course serious words. He also said that among the 2 living people in Tonggi's list of 10 people, Wushu was ranked too high and was not worthy of his name, so he had to move a few places back. Yi Yunyun, on the other hand, was ranked too low. If Wang Fusu was a Tonggi's martial artist, he would definitely be at least he can be ranked 5th. Can he beat Yi Yunyun? She definitely can't beat her. If both parties have the opportunity to practice hard and compare their unique skills, it will be too dazzling and he will be uneasy, but it doesn't matter. He is willing to lose 3 games in a row. At most, he can explain a few words to her. It was not like this before. Today is not in a good state. As soon as these words came out, several continents were in an uproar. It is said that Huang Yiyun has traveled north to have a fight with this disrespectful senior who talks dirty words. Wang Fusu continued to ask Di Bao to help spread the news, while she, Huang Yiyun, just came across the continent to ask about boxing with me. That being said, Wang Fusu had actually gone to Leigong Temple in Azu to have a drink with that girl Xiang. After all, Yi Yunyun had just reached the final level, which was when her fist power was at its strongest and her sharp edge was revealed. Yi Yugu, the founder of Pushan Yunkatang in Tonggisao, is ranked 5th. He is said to be able to defeat 3 continents with 1 person and 2 armors, and is invincible in Tonggisao, Beipingzu and Beiju Luzhou in the east. Although this immortal ancestor of the Yi family was magnificent and had begun traveling to various continents long ago, he still stopped at the level of returning to his true nature and never reached the level of the divine. Yi Yugu is indeed a genius. With the help of 6 immortal pictures, he understood the principles of boxing and helped the Yi family create a Yangwan avenue that combines immortality and martial arts. In addition to the 2 sects of Tongya and Yugue, which are facing each other in the north and the south, there are only a handful of people and things in Tonggisao that are truly worthy of being talked about by monks from other continents, such as the good fortune of Tapingshan girl Crown Huang Ting, and Jiang Shangzhen's wandering life in Luzhou, Beiju. In addition, most of them will also know about the Pushan Yunkatang. Pushan is a sect that can both cultivate immortality and martial arts. Huang Yiyun is a female master. When Yi Yugu was at a bottleneck, he had to turn around and pick up the practice again. He wanted to extend his life by reaching the Jade Pu realm. He hoped to use this path to prioritize martial arts and immortality, and continue slowly. Slowly beat the martial artist to strengthen his body and continue to increase his boxing spirit. It was indeed done by Yi Yugu. After entering the Yupu realm, the first thing he did when he came out of seclusion was not to report to the academy in the Zhongta Confucian temple and ask for promotion to the sect, but to reminisce with a close friend on the mountain, probably to talk to him. Join forces to fight against the domineering Tongya sect. To put it simply, Yi Yugu actually planned to fight with Sun Yuan, a close friend of the Jade Guizong in the Immortal Realm, against Du Mao, the only Ascension realm in Tongya continent. But he still thought of things too simply. In other words, I think of people's minds too clearly. When Yi Yugu came down the mountain, he was so full of ambition. He never thought that when he returned to the mountain, his life was already hanging by a thread and he was dying. After that, for so many years, especially before and after the mountain master Yi Yunyun ascended to the Jade Pu realm, the warriors and monks of Pushan Yunkatang felt that this might be God's will. Everyone thinks that Pushan is not destined to become the sect with the title of Shanzong. So Pushan has no idea of becoming a sect so far. A natural disaster and a man-made disaster. Natural disaster means that when Yi Yunyun reaches the Jade Pu realm, there will be wild monsters invading the world. The man-made disaster is that when the founder Yi Yugu went down the mountain to visit friends, he was seriously injured by Du Mao in an ambush on the way, and his level fell back to 2 gold, resulting in his death not long after returning to the mountain. Yi Yugu never told anyone who the attacker was until his death. Reminiscing about old times. It is indeed a reminiscence. It's just murderous. Including Yi Yunyun, to this day, the entire Tonggishao takes it for granted that it was Du Mao who seriously injured Yi Yugu back then. Kill them painfully, lest there be another Shao Tong Yi sect or Yugue sect number 2 in the middle of the continent and take an extra piece of the pie. Who could have imagined that the real culprit would be Sun Yuan? This is also the reason why Yi Yugu did not dare to mention the murderer to anyone until his death. Instead, he told Yi Yunyun not to pursue the matter. Yi Yugu knew that Sun Yuan deliberately let him return to Pushun alive. He knew even more clearly that when he was lying on the hospital bed, Sun Yuan must have been in Pushun. As for why Sun Yuan made such unnecessary moves without worrying about complications, Yi Yugu still couldn't figure it out. It was not until the moment before Yi Yugu was about to surrender that Sun Yuan quietly appeared and told the truth, saying that someone would personally take him into the Yugue sect to practice Taoism in the future, and a path had been paved for him. And this person is either him or Sun Yuan. Nowadays, there are experts in this ancestral hall who know about this matter. They once gave a final conclusion: a true hero is nothing more than this. Compared with Du Mao, the ancestor of Zhongxing of Tongya sect, in terms of scheming and means, he is really not worthy of carrying shoes for Sun Yuan of Jade Guizhong. In the early years, Sun Yuan had estimated that the total qi of Tongya continent could only support the emergence of 1/14th realm monk in this continent. Of course, Sun Yuan hopes that the flowers will fall into his own family. It doesn't have to be me, it can be Jiang Shangzhen, it can be Wei Ying, or it can be someone with a lower seniority, but it must be in the Jade Guizhong. If Yi Yugu's immortal skills and martial arts can one day improve each other, he will be promoted from Yupu to an immortal, especially from Guizhou to Shindao. Going forward, will Yi Yu have the chance to accomplish this? There's quite a chance. At least the chance is far greater than that of Du Mao. Of course, Sun Yuan knew about the attack and death of Yi Yugu. This move harmed the harmony of heaven and earth, and even hindered Taoism. Coupled with being too burdened by sect affairs, Sun Yuan was unable to break through and achieve enlightenment. The wild demon clan invaded Tongya continent, and all the old situations in the continent were destroyed. When the war came to an end, although the Yugue sect's vitality was severely damaged, it was better than the Tapingshan and Fuji sects, which had only a single seedling left, and they were far unable to win. The Tongya sect that is not close to the mountains. According to the general development of the situation, if the Wanyao sect hiding in Sanshan Blessed Land wants to establish a sect in Tonggishao, the ambitious Han Yushu must join forces with the Yugue sect. Zhong is responsible for constraining everything and suppressing the people in the north. Tongya sect will make the latter unable to raise its head in the next 1,000 years. Before Sun Yuan died generously, he resigned as head of the clan and gave way to Jiang Shangzhen, leaving this lazy guy to take the lead. But the candidate for Tonggishao 14th realm that Sun Yuan really placed his greatest hope on was Wei Ying, or Qiu Ji, who was the reincarnation of Yi Yugu. In short, every posthumous incident was arranged neatly by the old man, and there was no need to tell Jiang Shangzhen, Wei Ying and others the truth. As the old saying goes, the predecessors planted trees for the shade, and this is probably what happened. You don't need to know the person who dug the well to drink water. Sun Yuan's biggest emotion in his life, or a knot in his heart, can be expressed in 3 words. The Yu family is poor. Note, Chapter 631, The light wind melts with the moon. Sun Yuan suffered greatly on his way to practice. It was a bitter experience, and only Jiang Shangzhen probably knew some unknown inside stories. Therefore, Sun Yuan had to insist on making money, but the old man was not doing it for his own enjoyment, but for the sake of our descendants. Therefore, with Sun Yuan's mind and qualifications, in order to help Yu Guizhong continue his incense, he still had to force his way through the sidelines and rise to the top. Sun Yuan once had a frank and heart-to-heart talk with Jiang Shangjin, who failed to become the master of Jiefeng. The two of them sat together on the steps of the Shinto mountain road. At first Jiang Shangjin mistakenly thought that Mr., but it was rather vague and did not involve specific people or things, which made Jiang Shangjin feel extremely aggrieved at the time. It's like living life. It's possible to make a lot of money the day after tomorrow, but what about tomorrow? Yuguezong is a sect after all. No matter how poor it is, it's not so poor that it can't open the pot, right? Jiang Shangzhen's implication was very clear. He still didn't quite agree with Mr. Sun's eagerness for quick success. There are some things that cannot be missed and will never come back again. It doesn't allow you to think about it over and over again, looking forward and backward, and slowly figuring out a so-called perfect strategy. Mr., I hope that in the future, Jade Guizhong will be in your hands, practice well, and be able to do less things against your will, and be able to do as you please. Everyone is a book, and they appear in other people's books, but some people are like protagonists and some people are like passers-by. The protagonist is like a passerby in some books, and the passerby is like the protagonist in some books. If you think this statement is nonsense, you have not yet realized that you are the person in the book. If you find this sentence the most poignant, you are already a reader. The old Taoist priest who was sitting cross-legged shook his body and put down his feet. Wei Shi said, if anyone has a candidate that he thinks is a suitable candidate, he can put it forward now. This matter does not need to be included in the formal discussion process. Within Jiazi, they recruited some young people to become direct descendants of the ancestor hall and serve as candidates. For example, Lu Miao recommended Su Xian, a swordsman from the same continent, by Shang's only disciple. Hao Su recommended the dream traveler from Liuxia continent, the city lord of night ship Appearance City, whose pseudonym was Xiao Baowan and whose real name was Xiao Benchu. Tian Wan also recommended someone a few years ago, Su Jia, who returned to Xingyang Mountain. Sun Yuan recommended a disciple of Fuji sect early on. It was this young man who later accidentally broke through the conspiracy of the wild demon tribe, making him in a sense the inaugurator of the war between the two worlds. Lu Zhou once deliberately cultivated a Yulong genealogy monk named Fu Ku. It's a pity that he is a poor man with a heart as high as heaven and a life as thin as paper. He is really useless. Mr. Zheng nominated a martial artist from Luzhou, Beiju named Huang Shi. He was an unknown person, but he was rejected. Mr. Zheng did not insist on his opinion. It is a pity that Lu Qingfeng, the Minister of Rites who accompanied the capital of the Great Li dynasty, could not be used by them. This person declined Mr. Zheng's recommendation. The Patriarch Hall was originally looking forward to this person's joining and had no objections. Qin Bai wanted to recommend Gong Sun Lingling. As a result, Gong Sun Lingling was first expelled from the Yingying Qinyi lineage and went to work as a cook at the Ma family's residence in Yushuan Kingdom. Then he was imprisoned by Qiyu and was detained by Qin Pingan. It can be said that he had a miserable life. In addition, there are several good seedlings who have become candidates one after another. For example, Huai Qian. His ancestor was Huayin, one of the 10 people from the Middle-earth divine continent in the past. At that time, relying on his own qualifications and prominent family background, he traveled alone to Luzhou, Beiju. In name, he was escaping from a baby's marriage, but in fact, he was secretly gathering his sword energy and increasing his power. But the end of Huai Qian's trip was the lighting of a natal lamp in the family ancestral hall. Just because I met a master's son, who disliked Huayin's small arms and thin legs. Note, in chapter 544, all the people in the boat were defeated by the enemy. There is also Liao Qingmai. Her master is Pei Bei. There is also a junior brother who is almost as famous as their master, Chao Ci. Lu Miao was the first to speak, I propose to make up for Lin Su. Tian Wan originally had several potential candidates, but none of them came through. Gao Jianfu from Shengaozong was once a golden boy and girl with He Xiaoyang. There is also a young swordsman who used to be from Jingyang Mountain, Wu Tijing, who is known as the Little Wei and Jin dynasty, in Aquarius Island and the second Li Tuanjing. She even almost put her plan on the head of Longquan sword sect's Xie Jia Baishu Changmeier. Just because Su Jia had been recommended, and because she was entangled with Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangjin and had too much time to take care of herself, Tian Wan no longer had the intention. Lu Miao explained, "The reason why I chose Lin Su is because his previous practice was too smooth, but it became an obstacle. Lin Su can't break through the bottleneck of Yuaning realm. Now that he has failed 2 retreats, he has inner demons. There are signs. Betting on him now will definitely bring huge benefits in the future." In the early years, Cheong Lin Zong selected the top 10 young people, and Lin Su topped the list. The second-ranked Su Xian has now reached the Jade Pu realm. And he is already on the waiting list. Qi Jinglong even became the head of the Taihui sword sect. The direct descendant of Lion Peak, Li Lu. She's not on the list either. Yeshio Huang Shi and the female martial artist Xiao Nyang, this young man and woman who once fought to the death in the ring of Pailai Mountain, actually got married and each of them broke through. In addition, there is Yang Ningjin, who has changed his identity to the warrior Yang Jinshan, and his younger brother Yang Ningxing, the little Tianjun of Chongxian Department, also has his own future. As for Shuingshingshan Fairy Lu Sui, she got a sword-raising gourd of excellent quality. It seems that among the highly anticipated talents of Beiju Luzhou, on the road of cultivation, only Lin Su, the most favored one, unexpectedly remained stagnant. On the other hand, the other 9 people each had their own merits. One by one, they overtook Lin Su. Tian Wan frowned and said, "You have already recommended Su Xian." Lu Su smiled and joked, "If Sect Master Lu is really capable, he would bring Bai Shang over to fill the vacancy of Sun Yuan or Wan Yan Lao Jing. I have no objection." The person who answered was not Lu Miao, but Wei Shi, who smiled and said, "I don't have the ability." While Wei Shi was speaking, Lu Miao stood up and walked towards Wei Shi. His outer body, like a young god, returned to its original position and became one with his true body. Cui Qingxian of Chuanjiao Mountain in Fuyazhou and Lu Miao of Chonglin's sect of Luzhou in Beiju are the yin and yang gods of Wei Shi and Aizu. Most of the discussion members looked at each other in shock when they saw this scene. At that time, Master Hulong was a guest of Chonglin's sect and stopped at Exoshu Pavilion. The old master certainly didn't want to see how rich Chonglin Zong was. Immortal Qin Zhao looked straight at Luo Shan and asked, "I want to ask you a question. What was the result of the formation and ambush in the wild world where no news was spread?" Luo Shan raised his hand, narrowed his eyes with a smile, and rubbed his fingers together. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "Make any price you want." Luo Shan said, "The mountaintop monks that could be called upon in the wild world at that time almost all came out, finally trapping Ouyang and Zuozhuo." Qin Zhao asked, "What happens next?" Luo Shan blinked his eyes and said, "I am a rotten fish and a shrimp who cannot stand on the stage. I am not qualified to participate in that carefully arranged ambush. How can I know more about the truth? Even if I heard a few words." She rubbed her fingers together again. "I have to mention the price. Qin Zhao is angry everywhere." At this time, some people sneered and disapproved. 2 ascended sword cultivators, no matter how high their sword skills are and how powerful their killing power is, can they still break through the sky? Luo Shan smiled sweetly and said, "This kind of thing can only be said in the vast world. You must not go to the wilderness to say it." As soon as these words came out, there was a bit of a chill. Luo Shan thought for a while, stretched out 2 fingers, and said slowly, "I can only tell you what I know. First, during the war, the situation was temporarily broken." She took back 1 finger and said, "Secondly, Liang has also returned to the 14th realm." There was an instant uproar. Even Wei Shi was shocked. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and smiled. More than that. This time it was Luo Shan's turn to be curious, and he looked at the old Taoist priest with a bright look. The old Taoist priest smiled and said, "Chu Sheng, Fei Ran, Xiao Sun and the others would have almost died if they had not been protected by the formation and had the right time and place to bring them back to life." Silence fell. The old Taoist priest said something strange and difficult to understand. Maybe this is called the vast world and the wild world. Except for the vertical and horizontal sword energy on the left and right, it is invincible and spreads all over the world. And the swordsman named Liang finally used his natal flying sword, named Drinker. The magical power of this flying sword is just 3 words, "Everyone will die." Only Wei Shi instantly understood the meaning of this sentence. The Taoists' words of "spreading one's feet" are actually not obscure. Barbarian world is an ordinary noun, Haoran is an adjective, used to describe Liang and his sword energy, and world is a verb. The old Taoist priest stood up and said with a smile, "It's time for us to discuss matters." A strange ancestral hall, with 20 chairs previously placed. Old 20. The Taoist opens his feet and is 14th old. The Great Wall of Sword Qi, the criminal officer Hao Su. Now he has given up his position to his disciple Du Shanin, a sword cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Luo Shan, a female swordsman from the old Summer Palace's hidden official lineage. The divine continent of Middle-earth, the ancestor of the Lu family of the Yin and Yang family, Lu Su, the immortal realm. The person who lends the knife on credit is Mr. Zheng. Ascension realm ghosts. To clean up the wronged people, Yingying Qingyi took over as the leader, Qin Bai, the female ghost fairy. In the territory of the Great Yong dynasty in the divine continent of Middle-earth, there is the Zhuzhen immortal pavilion, the immortal Yunjie, and the Taoist name is Lu Xia. The founder of Dalongqiu Mountain is the immortal Song Hong. The Taoist priest opened his feet and the Taoist name was Huang Tian. Old 14. Lixiazu, Tianyu Cave, Tianshu Southern Kite, newly ascended. The leader of Liao Shui sect, immortal Qin Zhao. In the past, the number 1 person on the mountain in Jinjiazu was Wanyan Lao Jing. Dead. Tonggizhao, Yuguizong Xuanyuan. Die in battle. In the blessed land of 3 mountains, there is Han Yushu of Wanyao sect. Dead. In Fuyao Island, the of the Temple of Obscenity calls himself Hongfen Taoist Master. Jingyang Mountain in Aquarius Continent, Tianwan at Cornice Peak. Junior sister Zhou Zi. The founder of the Yulong sect, whose pseudonym is Tian Su and whose real name is Lu Zhou, has reached the Ascension realm. In the north is Lu Zhou, Chonglin Zonglo Miao, Yupu territory. Wei Shizin God. Duan Qingchen, a man from Nanpa Suozhou, calls himself Li Jing. Jinjiazu, the great sword immortal Su Xia. The great monk of the new 14th realm, Wei Shi of Azu Mountain, finally took his seat. As for the seat vacated by Lu Miao, it doesn't matter who takes it. The Taoist priest opened his feet, bowed his head, and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, fellow Taoist Qingzhu, can you show up?" Zhou Zi. The man who killed the dragon was Qin Qinglu, whose Taoist name was Qingzhu. Tian Wan was stunned. She really had no idea. But one of the arrivals made people feel like they were in a cloud. It's not Qin Qinglu, but an extremely tall woman with dark skin. She and the Taoist priest came here in their true form. Different from the old Taoist priest's way of appearing like, quietly climbing over the wall, this strange woman almost forced her way in without caring about the owner's attitude. The woman looked blank and said, "My young master has something to do, so he asked me to come here and take a seat." Except for those early discussions 3,000 years ago, Chen Qinglu had not actually participated in the discussions for many years. Wei Shi nodded and said, "Your junior brother is also one of the initiators. Since all the old rules were established by the few of us, today is nothing more than adding a new rule, allowing fellow Daoist Xie to do the work for fellow Daoist Qingzhu." Upon hearing the words, junior brother, the woman named Xie frowned, but still didn't say anything. Zhou Zi came here from Qingming Tian. He has a middle-aged appearance and wears civilian clothes and straw sandals. At first glance, he looks like a roadside vendor. He said calmly, "According to my deduction, it can be as short as 300 years or as long as 500 years. A new 15th realm will appear in the world." Sort of Coming Chapter 1252. Chapter 1252 20 People and Candidates, 10. When Zhou Zi said this, it was like thunder on the ground. It was such a shocking opening statement. It's like a deep and secluded mountain in spring where no visitors come all year round. Pine trees and flowers fall all the way, clouds and mist surround the doors and windows, and the sound of a flute suddenly sounds. The members of the discussion here are not fools. They know very well that there is a world of difference between having 3 15th realms in the world at the same time and having only 1 15th realm in the world. Everyone sat up involuntarily. Even Du Shanin, who had no stage fright and always looked tired, began to hold his breath and listen carefully. They originally thought that after the founders of the 3 religions dispersed, within the next 1,000 years, all heroes would rise together. The key to the struggle was to achieve enlightenment and ascension to the immortal realm, and to take one step closer to the 14th realm of Hadao as the old ascended masters did. Just like Du Shanin, a sword cultivator whose current level is not worth mentioning, he is extremely confident that he will have his own place on the top of the mountain in the future. Not to mention being on an equal footing with the old 14ers who are like dragons, but they can still have a few words with the new 14ers, or at least with the Ascension realm. They should also listen carefully to see if what they say makes sense. I never thought that within just 300 to 500 years, there would be hope for a new person in the 15th realm to appear in the world. No matter who he is, no matter where he comes from in the world, if he achieves this great path, I believe that this person can single-handedly influence the 5 worlds. The trend of the world. As expected of the great sword immortal who is now the #1 person in Jinjia continent, Su Xia was the first to ask, "Sage of ceremonies?" The person who invited Su Xia to serve as the restrainer turned out to be Zhou Zi. Even though his appearance had changed, his demeanor and moral integrity remained the same. Zhou Zi shook his head, definitely not the Lixing. Su Xia wondered, why? The old Taoist opened his feet and helped explain, "First of all, Zhou Mi is still alive." Although he was blocked by the Taoist body of the founder of the 3 religions, the ruins of the old heaven are blocked, but with Zhou Zhou's character and methods, he will definitely have a backup in the world. He will definitely not. It is really not suitable to go further by just sitting back and watching the Sage of Rights achieve this great path, and using the Sage of Rights' own method of combining the 14 realms. Zhou Zi added, "Even so, whether the ceremonial saint reaches the 15th realm does not depend on whether he can do it, whether his merits are sufficient, whether careful obstruction is not a hindrance, but whether he is willing or not." For this reason, Zhou Zi even rushed to the outer world and had a frank and heart-to-heart talk with the Lixing. At that time, Zhou Zi showed his derivation of the future world to the Lixing. Just out there. At most, the world knows that several sages, including the great celestial master of the Longhu Mountain, died in the outer world and made great merits in the world. However, few people know that Zhou Zi and Mr. Sanshan Zhouhou can be said to be assisting the sage in that journey, the main force behind the hunt for the remnants of ancient gods. Once the Sage of Rites takes the place of the Sage Master and moves to a higher level within the Confucian Taoist tradition, becoming the Taoist master of the entire world, then the rules of the Sage of Rites will be transformed into Taoism in Jiuzhou at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere, it becomes seamless and watertight. It seems that the cycle of the Great Road is becoming more and more flawless, but in Zhou Zi's eyes, the world will become stagnant, rotten and rigid in the future. This is a paradox. Zhou Zi described this situation as that the road has stopped and all possibilities have been lost. Luo Shan was not as surprised by this as others, because he once accompanied Xiao Sun on a tour of the city, met the boss sword immortal, and overheard them chatting about a few off-topic topics. At first, Xiao Min wanted to ask the boss about the character of the child. In the current world, there are some old and relatively young ones who can fight, such as Bai Yujing, the second Taoist who claims to be invincible, and the one who is famous in Haoran. Zheng is in the center of the huge Baidi city. Anyway, Xiao Sun reported a series of names. Probably the list she gave was more valuable than the selections of various landscape newspapers. The eldest swordsman didn't follow Xiao Sun's words in any way. In Chen Qingda's opinion, that's all about fighting ability and killing power. As the Sword Qi Great Wall where the borderline of the vast wilderness is located, and as the backbone of this 10,000-year-old city, Chen Qingdu only had two final comments. The presence of Bai Zhe in the wilderness is a misfortune for the demon clan and a great blessing for the human world. The emergence of ceremonial saints in the world is the luck of Confucianism and the misfortune of remaining guests. At that time, Xiao Sun was sitting on the top of the city, holding two braids in his hands, staring blankly at the boss swordsman, and asked, "What about you?" Luo Shan felt that the atmosphere was not right at that time. The boss swordsman smiled and touched Xiao Sun's head. "Don't be so insignificant. Whether you are right or wrong, we will wait until I die and you are still alive." The implication of Chen Qingda's words is quite simple. It is indeed not difficult to guess. There are only two meanings. This is in line with Luo Shan's impression of the boss swordsman. He always speaks straightforwardly and does not need the swordsman to speculate. When he was still in charge of the Sword Qi Great Wall, you, Xiao Sun, could just hold back your grievances. After he died, you had no one to control and you could scold him as much as you wanted. But there is a premise here. You, Xiao Sun, a contemporary hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall, must stay alive, and you cannot die before me. Or to put it more directly, it was to remind Xiao Sun not to die in the hands of Chen Qingdu, nor to do anything out of the ordinary as a hidden official. Beat, threaten, admonish. In fact, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Xiao Sun just grinned. She gently stretched out her hand to push the hand away, but she couldn't push it away at that time. The boss Jian, who had always raised his hand to hold the braided girl's head, looked at the old neighbor in Shuanshan from a distance. Perhaps in the eyes of the boss swordsman, who has a higher eye than the top, the real things that can be fought in the world are far away and right in front of you. The young people in the world today just think they know that the old blind man is very good at fighting. During the battle to ascend to heaven 10,000 years ago, many accidents occurred that were not recorded in writing at the time and are unknown to later generations. One of them was that the temple actually broke countless golden bodies of gods and opened a single path to ascend to heaven. Now the second seat of Lola Mountain is dedicated to Xiego, or Beijing. Why was it that the last time we went to Shirwanda Mountain, the old blind man behaved more politely and behaved like a local? Beijing, who is arrogant, is certainly not just because her fellow Taoist priest has lived long enough. Beijing would not be so restrained towards the master of Bixiao Cave who had not participated in the battle to ascend to the sky. He would not be able to defeat him, but the veteran cave master would not make Bai Jing feel admired and awed in his heart. She is polite, mostly because the old viewer has a good relationship with Xiao Mo Ha. Her husband is one of the few close friends, so she has to show respect. Now that she and Bixiao Cave Master are on good terms, if she gets into trouble with Xiao Mo one day and Xiao Mo finds someone to drink with, will Bixiao Cave Master not be able to put in a good word for her? Wow ha, what a good plan. Serving as a second seat is indeed more than enough. Luo Shan smiled and said from the bottom of his heart, Du Shanin, our Yingguan invites your master to go to the wilderness to have a drink with her when he is free. Don't worry, it's just a drink. Du Shanin had a general impression of the new summer palace where foreigners gathered, and he never denied or concealed his dislike of Qin Pingan. However, he respected the sword cultivators of the old Yingguan lineage very much, and explained helplessly, Master, before leaving Haoran, there was no method left on the mountain that could allow master and disciple to speak temporarily. Luo Shan nodded and did not embarrass Du Shanin. He said regretfully, Yingguan has been thinking about Bai Yujing's Xianjiao liquor all these years. It seems that this little plan will come to nothing. In his early years at the Jianqi Great Wall, Xiao Sun did often secretly go to the prison where the old deaf boy was in charge, mainly to drink with Hao Su, the most indifferent prison officer. Du Shanin said, Mr. Luo, whenever I have the opportunity to meet Master in the future, I will definitely help deliver the message. Luo Shan smiled and said, Mr. Luo. Is it strange? Anyway, it sounds awkward to me. Who did you learn it from? What a bad habit. Du Shanin laughed dumbly. Luo Shan was naturally willing to get closer to Du Shanin, who was born as a junior in her hometown. What's more, Du Shanin is one of the few people who stayed in the old summer palace. It can even be said that Du Shanin was able to enter the prison together with his peers, Yoyu, under the instruction of the boss Sword Immortal, and serve as the personal disciples of Hao Su and Gontang respectively. This was all foreshadowed, and it was largely due to the previous generation the selective vision of a swordsman from the Yingguan lineage. For example, among the youngest generation of sword cultivators, Luo Shan chose Yu Yu, while Sword Immortal Zhuan fell in love with Du Shanin. The same is true for the previous generations, all of which are inseparable from the secret support and resource allocation of the Summer Palace. Often when Xiao Min sees a suitable candidate, he will wave his hand on the booklet and write 2 words, cultivate. Occasionally, the word key points will be added. It's just that there are only a few people who have this honor and treatment, such as Chou Miao. Generally speaking, there is only one person in a generation, at most one person, or even none. Almost all of these sword cultivators were from bad backgrounds. In Xiao Sun's words, those who have made a good fortune and landed in a wealthy family, since they don't need money to practice swordsmanship, they don't need to go to a summer palace to add icing on the cake, and they can only do good deeds to provide help in times of need. However, there are exceptions, such as Guizhuzhou, who comes from a good family. Du Shanin hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, is there any conclusion on the whereabouts of Liang and Zuozhua? There was a silver-woven bag hanging around his waist, with strands of golden light shining through. Everyone present could tell at a glance that it was a fragment of a golden body that was now priceless. Luo Shan shook his head and said, my whereabouts are unknown, and my life and death are unpredictable. It seems difficult to tell clearly. Du Shanin is a swordsman who will envy Liang and respect him sincerely. One of them is a descendant of a saint, and the other is a disciple of a saint, but they have 2 completely different styles of life. The other always boasts that he is a scholar, but everything he does on the Sword Qi Great Wall has nothing to do with being a scholar. He is a taciturn person who avoids strangers, but he values his academic career more than his sword practice. Du Shanin was born in poverty and was poor when he was young. He was not the same type of person as them. Moreover, there is a gap in seniority and age between the two parties. Besides, they are all singles. Therefore, Du Shanin was even more entangled in dealing with Chen Pingan. Maybe this was due to jealousy. Since they are of the same age, it is inevitable to have a tendency to compare. They all seem to have struggled to get up from the bottom of their lives in a stinky ditch or quagmire with no one to rely on. From then on, their fortunes were not bad, and each had good luck. Why can Chen Pingan win Ningyao's favor? Why can he be the master of the summer palace even though he is not a swordsman? Why can he go to the city every now and then to get swordsmanship instruction from the left and right, and still be able to talk to the boss swordsman? Why should all of us local swordsmen have to obey his formation and decide our life and death? Du Shanin has been to the battlefield to kill demons many times, and he almost died there. So he has always been unable to let go of a certain conclusion. I think you, Chen Pingan, went to the battlefield to kill demons because you knew you would not die. As a Nuin official, the boss sword fairy would save you. So when you are on the battlefield, you never have to worry about anything. You are different from all our local sword cultivators who are ready to die, as well as your fellow sword cultivators from Hauran. Why? The old Taoist priest took out a white wine gourd with shiny pulp from his sleeve and looked at Zhou Zi. The latter nodded, which seemed to agree with the old Taoist priest's guess. He opened his feet and pulled out the wine cork, raised his head and took a sip of home-brewed water. He recalled that before going to the Buddhist country in the West, he and a fellow traveler from other places traveled to the islands of a certain state together. They also achieved 2 feats. Third, the Taoist hearts of both parties are in harmony, and the real person surnamed Liu is playing in the world, drunkenly stroking his black beard, and drawing his frost sword angrily, putting away his thoughts. Zhang Jiao then continued, before, the poor Taoist couldn't see clearly, he could only see it from a distance. The wild world is like a ferry, crashing into your vast world with great momentum. It must be an insidious method carefully and secretly planned to try to bring the two worlds together, to make the right time, place and people mix them together into chaos. It is necessary to let certain chess pieces take advantage of the troubled waters. If it works, it can not only delay the departure of the Holy Master, but also benefit the outstanding fishermen of the new Master of the Wilderness and steal a piece of the pie in Hauran world. If it doesn't work, just rely on this. The Taoism of Li Sheng was wasted, so that Li Sheng could not completely let go of his hands and feet to go to the wilderness to contain Bai Zhe, whose Taoist power was increasing day by day. Then it is easy to understand that the great monsters of the wild wilderness mobilized troops and mobilized a large number of people to besiege Aliang and his left and right sides. It was just help replace a key point in the trajectory of the Qingdao in the wilderness, so that the abundant sword energy of the two 14th realm sword cultivators can be used as one of the powerful driving forces to drive the suspended ship of the wilderness. Lu Su said with shock on his face. 2 boats collided. Why didn't we notice such a big movement? Zhang Jiao pointed at the sky and said with a smile, everyone in the world always talks about the earth. Zhou Zi talks about the land. But if Pindao remembers correctly, the Liu family not only owns a Sishiantai, but also can cooperate with the Zhilan department responsible for surveying the land. Besides, Daoist fellow Taoist Wang Yu is also the talker of Master Tiantai Sikhen. The old Taoist priest was clearly rubbing salt into Lu Zu's wounds. The Liu family's Tiantai, which was used to observe the astronomical phenomena, collapsed. Lu Su smiled and did not dare to have a verbal argument with this veteran. Just because there are more monks from the 14th realm here today, you cannot not take the 14th realm seriously. In particular, Lu Su also knew about a secret incident on the top of the mountain. The 14th old man in Qingming Tianxia was not as well behaved as his own Hauran, and often tried to prevent others from joining his peers. Regarding this matter, by Yujing it's not just a matter of taking care of it every time. There was once a great monk who had half-stepped into the 14th realm, but ended up falling all the way to immortal. He was so angry that he beat the heavenly drum and complained to a certain headmaster of Baiyujing, asking for its fare, but it's a pity that there is no result. Lu Chen, who was in charge of world affairs for those 100 years, didn't care at all. Tianwan wanted to say a few sarcastic words to add insult to injury, but she noticed that her senior brother glanced at her, and she immediately swallowed the words that were on her lips. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Lu Xin, you are indeed worthy of being said to be a talented person. Many years ago, I once saw the land who secretly traveled to the Western Buddhist country in the form of a Yin god. Lu Shen, the head of the Lu family whose Taoist name is Tianbian, is responsible for the most important Taoist lineage of the family, the Sky Watchers. Although Lu Su holds the title of leader of Tiantai Sikhen Master, he actually has no real power. According to that Taoist fellow from Xiancha, your Taoist name is Huang Yu, but your name is Lu Su. The sky is empty and the earth is real. You didn't choose the right name. You have to blame your parents for not looking in the dictionary when you were born. Look at the Taoist named Deju, which also means the land of the earth, and the name means the earth contains all things. This is very good, so she is in charge of the line of land officials, and it is justifiable. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Qingsong was Lu Chen's unnamed disciple, Lu Su would have had a good fight with this guy. At the end of the day, Gu Qingsong also said, if you are not popular enough, you must go to the ancestral hall to burn incense and worship your ancestors. If it doesn't work, my master will definitely not want to pay attention to you. The ancestor of their Lu family was Taibu, one of the 6 officials of the Confucian Temple, who was responsible for preserving the Taoist book known as the ancestor of all scriptures. This book is said to be the practice experience of a Taoist priest in ancient times. 2 auxiliary scriptures were derived from this, and one, heavenly book, is hidden in the lintai of the merit forest of the Confucian Temple. It is said that the scriptures were born in Shiping, which was the manifestation of this book. The so-called guardianship is just a cover. The other, Book of the Earth, was under the care of the Zhilan department of the Lu family. Over the years, relying on the painstaking deductions of generations of Lu family ancestors, it was transformed into the Earth Mirror chapter. It is said that Lu Chen once read it once when he was young. When he closed the book, his face was filled with tears and he sighed that there is no limit to it. Just like a Taoist priest spreading his feet under the lotus world, I once saw an ordinary old monk who was not familiar with practicing qi. He traveled thousands of miles in the mountains and rivers for 50 years, benefiting all sentient beings along the way. Before he died, he returned to the small temple, and with only 7 or 8 other monks, he ascended to the throne. At the end of the sermon, the old monk looked compassionate, looked around, burst into tears, choked with sobs and uttered the words, "All living beings suffer," then closed his eyes and sat down. I think the 3 of them have something in common with a crazy person crying at the end of the road. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand such feelings. If each level of breakthrough by a cultivator is compared to a petal of a flower blooming, then countless flowers are destined to bloom in the next 10,000 years in the world. Only in the latest 15th realm, no one can get around this flower, but the monks on the mountain and the ordinary masters, all living beings, without exception, can get around it. After all, this being's personal likes and dislikes determine the order of the world. What is good at the top must be good at the bottom. Lu Zhou, the originator of Yulong's sect, asked, "Is it possible that it is Bai Yujing's great master who has been missing for many years?" Song Hong, the founder of Dalongqiu Mountain, smiled and said, "It can't be counted as many years." Zhang Jiao nodded and said, "Everything goes well, it's not more than 200 years. As Wei Shi said, the current 14th realm is not much different from the previous Ascension realm. The founder of the 3 religions chose to spread Taoism, and opportunities for Taoism came raining down. Just before the rain, tea tastes better. Zhou Zi nodded and said, "It can only be said that the possibility is very high, but the variables are not small. This trip to Qingming World is an attempt to trace the origins." Before going to the small town of Lizidongshan to set up a stall, Zhou Zi was just waiting to see what happened. Xie Shiji finally spoke and asked, "Is it Master Nephew Zheng?" I am afraid that except for herself, most of the discussion members will feel weird when they hear this title. Just like Lu Daochen, who swaggers around in a pink Taoist robe and always attracts criticism, how can he recognize Chen Qinglu as his master and call Zheng Juzhong his senior brother? What's more, Zheng Juzhong is also Xie Shiji's nephew. Zhou Zi said, "It's hard to say. Since both the Holy Master and Taoist Patriarch have been to Baidi City, do they agree with a certain path chosen by Zheng Juzhong?" Zhang Jiao asked from the bottom of his heart, "Can that Lu Shen join the Tao?" Zhou Zi replied, "As long as I walk on the ground with my feet for a few days in a year, he is destined to be unable to follow the Tao. With Lu Shen's qualifications, no matter how outstanding he is, success in seclusion is still not something that can be achieved in a year or two. After finally seizing the opportunity, Lu Shen will immediately retreat into seclusion when Zhou Zi doesn't touch the ground while chatting. But when Zhou Zi lands, he will be forced to leave the seclusion." After trying several times, Lu Shen had to give up. It's like accepting your fate and not fighting against the sky. In short, Zhou Zi refused to give way, and Lu Shen, who had already reached the Ascension realm, was fetching water from a bamboo basket. Lu Shen was just blocked outside the door, stopped in his tracks, and his realm was stagnant. It took nearly 1,000 years. Zhang Jiao asked, "Is it because there is a dispute between the great ways and you are deliberately disgusting him?" Zhou Zi said, "No, I'm just waiting for him to take the initiative to come and chat with me." The term chatting is a pun. Zhang Jiao asked tentatively, "Mr. Zhou, are you coveting the first edition of the scripture? By borrowing stones from other mountains, you can attack jade and break the theorem of the heaven and the earth are incomplete and everything is deficient, so that you can fill the gaps, take the initiative to enter an unprecedented perfect state of the 14th realm, and you don't have to be 15, but you can always maintain the mysterious realm of pseudo-15th?" Zhou Zi shook his head and said, "First of all, this is not my intention, and secondly, I must maintain the position of a bystander. If I enter the 15th realm, there is a half chance that I will be forcibly dragged to the 15th realm, the kind of involuntary horrible, not enough for outsiders to understand. Ask straightforwardly and answer sincerely." Zhang Jiao then changed the topic to a more relaxed topic and asked with a smile, "How many times have you seen that talkative guy?" Zhou Zi said, "There are only 2 times. Haoran Qingming has 1 each." Zhang Jiao said, "The situation in this place, under the cover of the Pindao formation, began to call him by his name. He can hide it from some of the 14th realm, but he may not be able to hide it from the sharp-sighted Master Lu. Those who taught Lu Chen and Master Lu were obviously tricked by this old Taoist priest, who was still very old." Zhou Zi said, "He and Zheng Juzhong, it doesn't matter even if they listen. One is most afraid of trouble, and the other knows what he wants best and has no distractions. Who wouldn't envy Lu Chen's unique leisure travel? If I don't cause trouble to the world won't trouble me either. He never looks for trouble, behaves appropriately, has a moderate diet and daily life, and has acquired the Dharma, so he is the most unrestrained among the Taoist monks. Pindao is particular about what he does and is not accommodating. As long as you don't scold Pindao in person, Pindao will fall on deaf ears. If you dare to scold someone in person, don't blame the poor man for scolding you back. As for Zheng Juzhong, just don't provoke him. He doesn't bother to target anyone anyway. But if he deliberately targets someone, even Zhou Zi will find it very difficult. For example, Jing Juzhong emptied Baidi's city and walked quietly along the long river of time to block the road and prevent Lu Qin from returning to Baiyujing. The chaos in Qingming's world is no longer a sign of trouble, but it is obvious that chaos is happening. The Taoist officials inside and outside Baiyujing are very clear that troubled times are coming. Even if the second headmaster Yu Do was stationed in Baiyujing and used a Yujing mountain to reach the pseudo-15th realm, facing the second joint challenge, Yu Do was still alone, killing several 14th realms with his sword. This kind of feat is indeed unprecedented. It seems that the chaos has been temporarily suppressed, but in fact, the undercurrent is becoming more and more intense. The Grand Master Ko Ming still failed to unite the three religions. What if Lu Qin was stopped by Jing Juzhong again in the long river of time? With Yu Do's always resolute and iron-fisted style, as long as there is any conflict between Baiyujing and the various states, there will be no room for maneuver. The old Taoist priest said with a complicated mood, "To be honest, after many years, I am still afraid of him. It has been so many years since he left Qingming Tianxia, and the 14th old man still has lingering fears every time he thinks of Yu Do." This shows that Yu Do's prestige is profound. Zhou Zi said, "Those who are upright and selfless are the most dignified." The old Taoist priest looked miserable and murmured, "After thinking about it, I feel that I am not wrong." If he pinched his nose and had to admit that Yu Do abided by the rules and acted without mercy, then what exactly went wrong? Zhou Zi gave two rather mysterious statements. When the heart of heaven touches the ground, changes will naturally occur. Yu Do acquiesces that everyone is rational. Just like there are still some people who believe that everyone can change and become good. Zhou Zi will not deliberately target anyone, but he will look at the forks in the world from a distance. Lu Su asked tentatively, "But Master Lu?" After all, Lu Qin is the ancestor of his family. Even if Lu Qin doesn't think much of his disciples and grandchildren, no matter how many sacrifices are made to ancestors and incense are offered in the Lu family's ancestral hall year after year, there has never been an example of successfully inviting gods to come down in history. There have been several unspeakable hardships that the Lu family has endured by themselves. Past. But even so, it is not a bad thing after all to have flowers blooming inside the wall and fragrance outside the wall, and having an ancestor who is the head teacher in Baiyujing. As a certain idiot said, if you hang such a portrait of your ancestors in your family's ancestral hall, even if it doesn't work, at least it will look good. The guy said it with great assurance and a sincere look on his face. "Miss Lu, your words are rough and your reasoning is not rough, right?" At that time, Lu Zai's face was frosty. He caught the gentleman on the beam, stretched out his hand, and said, "This is not the reason for you to replace the ancestor's hanging portrait with yours. Hand over the old hanging portrait. I want to put it back in the ancestral hall." He is the only one who can do such unworthy things as a son of man. During that secret visit to the Lu family, Ouyang wanted to learn from Pei Min, a swordsman who was a guest of the Lu family. Otherwise, the outside world would always say that his winning record was too low. The reason why he climbed over the wall and went through the front door without passing the post was to prevent Mr. Lu from being too hospitable and treating guests with too much enthusiasm due to his long-standing reputation. As for Lu's ancestral hall, it's just a stop by. Zhou Zi smiled and said, "Headmaster Lu is not so easy to penetrate the heart and recognize himself. If you want to recognize yourself clearly, you need a mirror and a coordinate. This is difficult." Luo Shan smiled and asked, "Is it Ning Yao?" She was close to Du Shanin, not to mention Ning Yao, whom she truly treated as her junior. Even for the sword cultivators Chen Pingan and Xayan Ingguan, Luo Shan felt from the bottom of his heart that those young people had done a good job and were better than the old people like them. Zhou Zi didn't say anything, just shook his head. Duan Qingchen frowned and asked, "It can't be Fei Ran, right?" Ning Yao and Fei Ran, these two young swordsmen, are both the best in the world in name and in reality. Logically speaking, they do have a good chance and have an inherent advantage over anyone else. Immortal Song Qian asked in a deep voice, "Is it a sign that the sword cultivator Fei Fei has become the co-master of the wilderness? Is it a careful long-term plan? If this is the case, shouldn't we have made plans today?" It is said that Firen is an alien from the wild monster clan and highly esteems the knowledge of rituals and saints. Zhou Zi said calmly, "I have seen Fei Ran a long time ago. He has no intention of changing the world. At most, he only has the idea of mending and improving." Wei Shi was unwilling to reveal the matter lightly, and asked, "After all, times have changed, the realm is different, and the identity has changed. Will Firen not change his mind?" Zhou Zi seemed to have answered the question inappropriately. "Don't worry, Firen is definitely not the incarnation of Zhou Zhou. Otherwise, Firen would not be able to become a Taoist couple with Dio Ku." Wei Shi smiled and said nothing more. Yun Jia was frightened when he heard this. He didn't seem to talk about this kind of thing when discussing matters in the past. Why do Zhou Zi and the others seem to sound like as long as Firen has this intention, they will give out a plan today and take action against Firen tomorrow? Wei Shi said, "Be careful of that unknown person in the wilderness." Zhou Zi nodded, "He is indeed hiding his secrets." Bai Zhe was probably hesitant before whether to wake this person up. Du Shanin suddenly asked, "I heard that the founder of the three religions traveled around the world, just like going from house to house. He would be overwhelmed by the will of heaven and earth of other houses, so to a large extent he had to follow the local customs and abide by the host and guest. There are other rules, otherwise even if the two people in the 15th realm have not met, their Tao Qi will be in conflict and they will be forced to trigger a Tao dispute. Only barbarian world is an alien, and the Tao roots are only different from those of the three religions. Then can I understand that once a Qi refiner in the wilderness takes the lead in reaching the 15th realm, several worlds in the human world will merge. No one can stop it." Zhou Zi nodded and said, "You can say that." He spread his legs and stroked his beard, smiled, narrowed his eyes and asked, "What a great insight. Whose son is this?" Wei Shi smiled and introduced, "He is the former executioner of the great sword Qi Wall and the direct disciple of Jianqiu Haosu." Zhang Jiao nodded and said, "The famous names of Haosu and Pindao are all heard in the Buddhist countries in the West. The founders of the three religions all belong to their respective worlds, but for thousands of years, they almost never show up in their own homes, and naturally they never visit each other. Just to avoid Taoism transforming the world. For example, Taozu seems to have only disclosed his whereabouts, riding a green bull in the appearance of a young Taoist boy, and only visited the wild world once. In the eyes of some great monks in later generations, Dais's move was a bit bullying. Because of this, the three worlds of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism can live in peace with each other and maintain a generally harmonious state of neighborliness. If the four worlds are regarded as four families, then each has its own family tradition. The world respects Confucianism, but the Confucian Temple has not dismissed hundreds of schools of thought. However, it is also afraid that on the road there will be corrupt Confucian Taoists who think they are selfless, occupy important positions, like to do everything with reason and kill people, have a clear conscience, and are mean to the world. He was afraid that the rules would be too rigid and immobilize everyone, so Li Sheng would never take that step unless absolutely necessary. He was probably in a similar situation to Bai Zhe. No wonder they are such close friends. On the side of Qingming Tianxia, because they pay attention to the harmony of yin and yang, the number of female monks standing on the top of the mountain is relatively the largest. Daozu stayed out of the matter and chose to let the three head disciples take turns taking charge of the affairs for 100 years. This was a choice that would not cause corruption or beetroots. There were 3 catastrophes in the world that were full of variables. First, the great ancestor of the wilderness secretly refined one of the ascension platforms into Tuiua mountain, trying to reconnect the earth and heaven. Step by step, he connected with the underworld and helped the demon clan chi practitioners and some heroic spirits who died in the battle to ascend to the sky. Take them under your command, recreate gods, and reshape heaven. The second is the rise of the great demon to create the Hall of Heroes, pointing out a more extreme and feasible path for the wild world, weakening all living beings in the world and strengthening a handful of great demons. The last disaster was, of course, the extremely disappointed Howren Jia Xing, who became a well-known scholar in the wild world. He secretly ate a bunch of great monsters, making the world thin and fattening himself. Since he failed to annex Howren in one go, Zhou Zhou took advantage of the opportunity to eat again and again, so he had no choice but to leave in the sky and change the battlefield. This has brought a huge hidden danger to the wild world. If Bai Zhe hadn't returned to the wild world and awakened the ancient demons who had been sleeping for thousands of years, coupled with Bai Zhe's own weird way of joining the Tao, any 10 the monks in all 4 realms felt extremely fearful. Then in the new wilderness, the lack of top combat power will make Howren Tianxia's counterattack on the wilderness become overwhelming, and there will be no suspense about victory or defeat. The first calamity was settled by 3 sword cultivators. In the second game, Daozu appeared in person and suppressed it with one hand. Therefore, it is inevitable that future generations will not feel deeply about the mountain. The third game caused pain to both the worlds. Thinking back to that year, 3 sword cultivators left the Sword Chi Great Wall and rushed to Tuiua Mountain. Someone asked, if the resentment is so great, why are you still willing to follow me? Someone replied, I'm not helping those Confucian scholars, or even Qin Qingdu. I think those old friends who are dead will definitely not be willing to be forced to work as thugs. As for the sword cultivator who had been silent, the moment he could see Tuiua Mountain in the distance, he finally spoke and said to himself, I have been protected by all of you on the road of cultivation, and it is time for me to protect the human world. It's hard to find this world, so we can't go back to the same old path. They are Qin Qingdu, Long Jun, Guanzhao. Each has his own flying sword, named Duckweed, and the immortal tomb of the great ruins is like a long river of time. Mr. Zheng asked with a smile, Mr. Zhou, did you miss someone? Everyone present suddenly understood, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Zhou Zi smiled and said, me. He shook his head to himself and laughed at himself. How can he be a fish that slips through the net when he calls himself a man who lets the net dry and mends the net? When he cooperated with the Li Xing and traveled far away together, Zhou Zi brought 5 bags of soil, and together with the talismans of Mr. Sanshan Zhouho, he finally succeeded in paving 5 roads that were too long to be calculated. Therefore, when Zhou Zi's 5-color soil is used up, the road to the chase ends, and Li Xing and the others must turn around and return. It's just that there are people here who have a slight thought, and if the net leaks, the fish swallows the boat. Wouldn't it be better if Zhou Zi is the one? Just next door, there is a separate ancestral hole. The people present are all candidates, and the number of people is less than 15 for now. Among them are Xiao Benchu from Liuxia Continent, Su Xian from Beiju Luzhou, Su Jia from Xingyang Dogwood Peak, Wai Qian from Zhongtu Shenzhou, and Na Dumiao from Fuji Sect in Tongya Continent and others. There was a young monk named Su Jia who used to work as a waiter at Daxuanshan Huangliang liquor shop. There are still a few people from other worlds, such as a middle-aged man wearing a large frost armor, holding a knife in both hands, dozing off. His hometown is Fuyazu, but now his true body is in the colorful world, and he continues to be the emperor. There was a wandering Taoist priest with an official Taoist name, chatting with a Nan Pajuo monk who liked fishing. At first everyone was talking about their own things, but soon everyone got involved and expressed their opinions because of a certain topic. Some people say that just two sword cultivators can go deep into the hinterland of the wilderness and cut the world apart. The demon clan is so helpless. How can we fight this battle now? We should surrender as soon as possible. When Su Jia heard this statement, he immediately became unhappy, saying that they were not ordinary Ascended Realm sword cultivators. Although Liang still owed a lot of money to his own shop and let down his young lattice infatuation, Su Jia still had to say something fair for the guy in this matter. Someone soon agreed with Su Jia's point of view, and added that someone who had returned to the wilderness, neither he nor the group of ancient demons seemed to have participated in the siege. The young Taoist priest named Wang Wu then joked and said that if Xiaodao's calculations were correct, they would have all reached the 14th realm during the siege. The man holding a knife in both hands and wearing a large frost armor opened his eyes and asked, "In this case, how can we fight those wild beasts? Are they seriously injured? How many people have died?" Taoist Wang Wu sighed and said, "For some reason, none of the wild demon tribes who participated in the encirclement and suppression, including Zhang Lu, the sword immortal who rebelled against the sword Qi Great Wall, died." On the other side, Zhang Jiao said, "Let's talk about the second thing now. Is there anyone willing to intervene in Qing Ming's mess?" Wei Shi seemed not surprised by this and said with a smile, "You have to let someone choose a side, right?" Zhou Zi said, "Of course, you can choose both sides. Tongis Hao, Yilindu, Siuelio Guang." On top of the ferry boat, there is a wine table. People from different hometowns are gathered together. Chen Pingan was just a little drunk, but Feng Shuatao was constantly persuaded by Cui Dongshan to drink. It was obvious that he was a little drunk, and he started to talk without restraint, saying that Lu Jubao and Wei Shi were two losers, and they couldn't compete with each other. Chen Pingan smiled and refused to talk. Pei Qian looked strange. After all, this personal grudge between the two continents involved a certain black and white master of Beiju Luzhou, and this old man happened to be closely related to his Luola mountain. Cui Dongshan didn't care about this. Hiccups of wine, full of righteous indignation, he said yes, it was the bold senior Qingmi who was a master of arts who should take the lead in pulling strings, especially to get an explanation from the lying peak in Luzhou, Beiju. At this moment, Feng Shuatao felt a little chill on his back, and soon a palm pressed down on his head, and he said with a smile, "You can say some stupid things, and you can't steal anything." These words are hurtful. At the end of the journey, people speak softly. I saw Lu Kaishan and Wei Shi while walking. I have never dared to let out a fart. Come on, I will apologize to you and make up for it. I will punish myself with a few drinks. Feng Shuatao shrank his neck and remained silent. Seeing that the opportunity was bad, Cui Dongshan was about to run away, but he stood up and froze in place. The old man twisted his beard and smiled and said, "Want to run away? Do you without wiping your butt?" In addition to the real Huolong who held down Feng Zuido's head and then used the immobilization technique on Cui Dongshan, there was also a dashing Taoist priest with a long beard and a sword on his back who appeared on the ferry. It was Chunyang Luyan. Chen Pingan immediately understood, stood up, and walked away with Taoist Lu Yen. The latter laughed in his heart and said, "I have chosen a place to sharpen my Taoist heart, and I will leave soon. Don't worry, wait until one day you are really free, go over there to help protect the road, it's time to worry about it." Chen Pingan asked curiously, "Where?" Lu Yen said, "One of the only two in the world, the cave, heaven and blessed land are connected. Nowadays, among the 5 worlds, in addition to the Lotus Cave Heaven and the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, which are connected by the Cave Heaven Blessed Land, there is actually another place." Note, Chapter 320, The Old Taoist at the Wellhead, Chen Pingan nodded. This choice was indeed unexpected and reasonable. Lu Yan hesitated for a moment and reminded, there are strict rules there. Master Chen may need to be like a poor man and temporarily forget his past. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just do as the Romans do." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.